All right. Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope y'all are doing well. Back with another bonus blueprints stream on day 49, almost day 50, the dreaded day 50. Let's jump back in here. Yeah, so I've kind of been speaking about this a little bit in previous streams as well as on my Discord, but we're going to do a bonus stream of this today, and this is not necessarily going to be the end of blueprints or anything. I mean, there's no way we're going to like finish everything else there is to finish or whatever like today. But as far as like the things there are to finish, like, you know, trophies and whatnot, we have already the majority at this point. Technically, we're a little over 50%. But some of these like require being in new save files and stuff like that. So, in general, a lot of these things are going to be kind of like stuff that I'll probably want to do off stream. As for finding whatever else there is yet to find in the base game, I think we're still uncovering like a few probably kind of big puzzles that I'm like vaguely aware of. Like we got like the castle thing down in the chess area, and what else? We're trying to clear out the tunnel. There's a few different things that I like know of, but like most of them are kind of getting to the point of being a little grindy. I did think about it a little bit. We have a blessing currently. I kind of want to get the shrine again and get a different blessing. Because there's some others that I have not seen yet that I want to try. One of which as I was going through the pictures from the one drafting book. It's called the Blessing of the Monk, which apparently lets you, like, if you end your day in a room, it lets you draft that room in the outer room. I'm not sure what that does, but it sounds like maybe you can do some shenanigansy things with it. So I haven't really looked up the costs of any of, you know, what it takes to get specific blessings, but I might just to at least try out specific things. Because the other blessings, let me look at my picture here, and we can say for sure. Where is it? Drafting stuff. Here it is. So we have Blessing of the Tinkerer, and this is again just information that you would get in the game, but Tinkerer is whenever you draft a mechanical room, you trigger your current experiment. That's really cool if you're trying to get like a lot of experiment stuff done in one day, I guess. Blessing of the General I have seen before. I haven't had it myself, but I saw Charlie get it once. It's after you draft a red room, or if you have at least 5 different ranks. Containing red rooms, you gain 5 gems. That one seems kind of very red room specific and maybe not the greatest, except for when you're trying to do specific things. Blessing of the Berry Picker lets you draft a random room. So it's kind of like a reroll, but you don't get to choose what you're drafting. So you can just have something random, which may be a blessing and or a curse. Blessing of the Chef. For each different type of spread that you do today, add an extra dish to the dining room. That's kind of cool, but I don't think that's mostly just for steps, really. The Blessing of the Gardener we've already had. That's the extra courtyards. Blessing of the Dancer we currently have. That's the one that lets you spend gems to rotate rooms. Blessing of the High Roller we've had, which is that anytime you draft a shop, you gain an ivory dice, and anytime you spend an ivory die, you gain some gold. It says gain 10 gold in the book. I thought it was 5. I wonder if that's a misprint. And then the last one that I was just talking about, Blessing of the Monk, says that if you call it a day in a room on your estate, you will draw that room while drafting from the grounds the following day. I'm pretty sure by the grounds they mean the outer room. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure what else they would really be talking about because there's not really anywhere else to draft from. So my curiosity is if there's like certain special rooms like room 46 or the antechamber or the closed exhibit or the throne room, the treasure room, trove maybe, the vault. I don't know, like just different rooms maybe that you can, that like might be on the rarer side. Like let's look at our registry really quick. Maybe even stuff like room 8, the rotunda possibly might have something strange. I don't know. I'm just assuming that there's like a reason to do that, because otherwise I'm not sure what benefit it gives you aside from just being able to guarantee that room, which might be the only benefit that it is. But maybe some special shit happens if you put them outside. So we might just want to try it with different rooms. The only downside to doing that with our current setup is that by doing so, we will not be ending the day in the break room unless we're doing that with the break room, of course. So we'll lose access to having like our bonus key card at the beginning of a day, which is okay. Like we can have some days where that's the case. But yeah, certain red rooms outside maybe wouldn't even actually be a bad thing. Of course, they're doing jets today. It's the weekend. They usually don't do it as much over the weekend, so hopefully that won't be too bad. But yeah, my thinking is that some of these like found floor plans might be better in the outer room. Maybe the tunnel. I wonder what happens if you draft a tunnel out there. Maybe nothing, but it seems interesting. But the planetarium, the mechanarium, the treasure trove, the throne room, the conservatory, the lost and found, and the closed exhibit, all being in the outer room might do something unique. So who knows? That's what I'm kind of guessing, at least. But we could also try it with stuff like the antechamber or room 46. Those are rooms you can't normally draft, or even the entrance hall. But I'm just wondering if it would let you draft them by ending your day there. We might as well experiment. So we might want to focus on doing some quicker runs right now. Toolshed shelter. Toolshed shelter. I don't really want root cellar right now. Although I do keep wondering if there's like any secrets to root cellar that I just keep missing. Because I've clicked on like everything in there and haven't found anything, but who knows, maybe we need a special item. Toolshed could have some cool stuff. Shelter would protect us from red rooms, which is always nice, but I think let's go Toolshed. Metal detector, sledgehammer, always good. And then the hope will be, we'll set up an experiment hopefully soon, and maybe get some more crates cleared from the tunnel, or get more allowance. Those are the two things we really hope for. If neither are available, if the lockpicking one is good, is there, then we'll take that. But yeah, that's what we're going to focus on. So let's get on with it here. Early workshop is fine. In which we get a lockpick set, which is always good. I don't think there's anything we can do with these. Apparently there's another item in here, though. I mean, we can make the pick sound amplifier, but I'm going to hold off on that. It does make the lockpick better, but also that makes your metal detector no longer work, so at least not as a metal detector. All right, let's throw the parlor in there. Coin purse could be huge. If we get a lucky rabbit's foot, that could be awesome for us. I keep hoping maybe we'll find a freezer on one of these days where we just have like a good bit of money, because if we can set ourselves up with more money for a following day, that might help us a lot with the whole gift shop thing. We just have to also get lucky enough to get the gift shop, though. All right. Oh, right. Let me say what I was saying before. The thing that I'm wanting to do, we will probably slow down a little bit on blueprints since a lot of our progress right now is granular. I might even do some off stream, but if I do, I might try to record it just so I can at least still show people in case I happen to stumble upon something important. But I want to start playing Expedition 33, Clair Obscura Expedition 33, so that's probably going to start tomorrow, which is Monday. And in a couple of weeks, we will have Elden Ring Night Rain coming out, which is why I kind of want to get on with some other stuff and not just be playing nothing but blueprints aside from our handful of convergence days. So I want to kind of move on a little bit, but I'm not finished with blueprints. We will still do stuff here and there. We'll just have to kind of see. All right, the gems are in this box. Could be true. this statement is of no help at all. Well, the gems are in the blue box. Okay. This is a weird one because like this statement is of no help at all has come up once before, and I can't remember if you make that into a true statement automatically or a false statement automatically, because if it's, you could say it's false because it is helpful in a way, or you could say it's true because it's not really helping you. Or you could treat it as null, kind of, but it would be, if it's null, then the rest of the puzzle maybe doesn't work, because these could both be true. The gems are in the blue box. The gems are in this box. So they would just be in the blue box anyway, which they might be. But the thing is, if we treat this as true, then all three are true, which can't be the case. So we could treat this as true. If we treat the other two as false, then they would be in the white box, I think. Because this is false. Well, maybe not. If this was false, the gems are not in the blue box. If this is false, they're just also not in the blue box. So they could still be in black, or they could be in white. It feels like they almost have to be in blue, because I'm not sure of another way to really work this one out. The gems are in the blue box. If this is true, then blue is also true. And again, I feel like depending on if you treat this as true, then you have three truths, which can't really be the case. And again, same thing with the blue box. If this is true, then that's also true, and then you potentially have three truths. Again, unless you treat this as false or null, which is where it's confusing, because like I don't know how to determine this one. If we treat this as false, we end up with a fuzzy picture, because that means there are no gems in this box, but that also makes this one also automatically false, which makes this one, we would make this one the only true statement, but that doesn't help us locate where the gems are. We would just know they're not in blue, but they could still be in black or white at that point. I'm probably going to get this wrong, but like the only thing that kind of helps us determine where the gems is if we treat these as true and this is null. But they're probably not, because again, if this, this is so annoying. When you run into a situation like this, I'm trying to think of like any other way to think about it. But like, I almost feel like you have to treat this as true. This statement is of no help at all. Yes, that's true. Because it's not currently helping me at all in this puzzle, but that might be a little bit of an abstract way of looking at it too. But there can't be three truths, which should mean that if this is true, then they can't be in the blue box. The problem is I don't know which other box they would be in. And normally you can figure out, based on the logic of these things, which box it'll be in, and not end up with like a 50-50, which makes me think that I'm doing the puzzle wrong if I do it that way. Because yeah, the alternative of this being true is that, or I mean, if this is true, then the other two have to be false. It can't be like one of them is false and one is true. Because if this one is false, the gems are in the blue box, which means they're not, then this one would also have to be false, and the same thing vice versa. So if they are both false and only white is true, all that tells me is that the gems are in one of these two boxes. So you just end up with a 50-50. But I still feel like if I choose blue, then I'm playing the game wrong, because I feel like we end up with three true statements. I'm just going to choose blue and move on, because there just doesn't feel like there's a way to actually solve this correctly otherwise. Okay. I still feel like this is a bit of a broken logic puzzle, though. Like, it's not a bug or anything, but this is kind of a weird one. I mean, obviously they do get hard, but it does feel like at this point they're kind of making me guess. Because the gems, it's saying the gems are in this box, the gems are in the blue box, and this being no help at all, it kind of means all three of them were true. But you almost, if you treat this as null, then the other two can be true still, technically. So I guess that's sort of fine. It's just that it's not technically a null statement. So that's kind of a weird one. All right, let's move on. Spread gems in each green room. We don't have any green rooms, so that's kind of a waste at this point. Let's just do the spare one. See what we can find here. No gems or watering can. Do we want security? We do want an experiment thing. A workshop could be good if we want a like power hammer or something. We don't necessarily need one yet. Also, we don't have the broken lever or the battery yet anyway, so I'm not sure that the workshop's going to be that necessary right now. Let's just get security open. We have a key card, so we might as well up the security level and then get an experiment going. Swan song in there. I haven't really been seeing any new electronic mail. I wonder if I have to go to the grotto. I should do that one of these days because I feel like there should be more messages. But maybe I have to look in the right place. Could be the office. I don't know. Now that we've like unlocked the other new thing, but all right, remote terminal access. Get the lab experiment going. To view any of the other emails, we still have to be in those places, so can't just look at it from here. All right, let's see. Permanently add 1 gold, unseal, gain 1 star. All right, we'll just do the gold grind. Each time you draft an upgraded floor plan is good. Find trash while digging. We don't have a shovel yet. Let's do the upgraded floor plan because that's should be relatively likely to occur frequently. Not that it'll be a ton, but we have done 1, 2, only 2 of them so far, I think. So we still have quite a few that can come up. And we have copies of the break room, so that's another one that can come up twice as well. Another workshop or a kennel, maybe. Conference room could be fine. Let's go conference room for that. We don't have the shovel yet, so. And kennel, all of these are a little bit of a waste in where they are, in terms of connections, I mean. So the storeroom's the only one that's not really a waste. Also, it's upgraded, so there goes more allowance. No shovel currently, so we can't dig. Let's go to the right here. We're going to want to backtrack to go to the lower ranks here soon. Cloister here could be fine. I think I like that for the connections, even though I would prefer it a little bit higher up, but I think that's fine for now. Just going to hope here at some point that we find a shovel so we can actually make use of some of this other stuff. All right, let's come back down. Chapel sucks a bit. So I'm gonna not do it. I'm trying not to lose money a lot. Let's just put the bedroom here. We'll miss the 1 connection and just kind of skip by to the right. No items. No items. Okay. And we'll just do a nook here for some keys. That's also another upgrade, so that's more allowance in the future. Drawing room. I'd prefer not to dead end this, so I guess we'll just do the drawing room. We don't have any rerolls or anything as of just yet, so. And we'll just go ahead and get our free jam while we're at it. Okay. So what are we going to have on the end here? Observatory is always good. Coat check is not upgraded and stuff, but having no concern over gems is really, really useful. The observatory is also really great. I think we'll just go code check here, though, just to go ahead and get that out of the way. Okay. Now we can freely use gems to rotate if we want, among other things. All right, so now let's continue to the right this way, so since that other way was blocked off. Workshop, I think, is fine. Hang on to that for now, I guess. Take a den here. Not really come across any trunks. At this point, I guess just, I mean, the planetarium could be okay, but none of these are good, so we'll just do the, well, none of them are like optimal, but at least this is upgraded technically, even though we didn't really get to make use of the actual upgrade itself since it's not connected to a bedroom, but that's okay. Still more allowance. All right, just to, again, avoid the chapel for the moment, we'll throw a kennel down here. But I might want to go back up through the foundation or security. I think we'll go through the foundation next. Just a coin there. Okay. And again, we still don't have any shovels, but hopefully we'll find like a courtyard or something that will have one, such as this guy. Not the best use of the doors, but I think let's do it and hope that we get a shovel in here. No such luck, not even a trunk for our troubles, so just completely not usable in its current state. Alright, well, let's go observatory. I'm really trying not to dead end, but I'm trying not to do the chapel if I can avoid it. I want to gather up some money. So we'll get some chests there. I guess I'll go ahead and take the Southern Cross too. Some decent stuff at least. And we'll quickly return to the entrance hall. Hopefully we don't use up too many steps in the process. Let me see what this is first. I'll have to walk into it. Commissary would be nice, but we are running a little bit out of directions to go, but we might need it, honestly, for stuff, so I think let's take it. Oh, I should have rotated it. That's my bad. I wasn't even thinking. Alright, there's our shovel, finally. I don't really need a bunch of gems right now, so I'll just buy the magnifying glass and we'll move on. I probably should have even not bought that, honestly. We should find more money. If we don't get like a gift shop or anything, if we got a freezer, we could maybe have like a really good money day tomorrow and then just hope to get a gift shop as well. It's a little bit concerning to try to go to too many rooms here, but maybe we'll get a turnip. Because I'm trying to dig, but now that we have a shovel, just for more resources, more money, etc. But we really got to be a little cautious with our steps if we want to get all that far. Okay, back to the cloister. There we go. That'll help. Nothing but an old shoe. I don't think we've done any spreading of anything, so the conference room won't help. The storeroom will have an extra dig spot. I don't know if it's worth going in there for just one, but maybe it's fine. We need to make our way back to the entrance hall anyway, so it's gonna cost us a little bit stepwise, but it might be worth it. Hopefully there's just another turnip in here. Nothing, unfortunately. All right. I'm not too worried. We can still get a kitchen. We can still get a dining room. But we just have to be a little careful. Dig spot, anything? Nope. Okay, plenty of money at least. Treasure room and a compass. Please be the bedroom. We already have the bedroom drafted. 5-4, or sorry, 5-5, which I'm sure I don't even think we have anything there yet, no. So it's not going to be the bedroom. The courtyard is the other one, not the courtyard, the corridor is the other one I'm thinking might have something there if we dig. Let's come up through the kennel and see if we can get a corridor, just because I'm thinking that maybe with a treasure map, it'll let you dig into those rooms. Obviously, the one that I want is the bedroom. But I don't know what else to make of the aquarium puzzle. Oh, right, the sleeping mats gave it some extra steps. That's good. But yeah, so getting a corridor might lead to something for us. Let's see if we can manage to get one. We don't have any re-rolls. There's the lucky rabbit's foot, though. Hold on. And that's worth going back to the workshop for. We'll pet the puppy dog. Yeah, just it's not that many steps. We are getting a little lower on steps than I'd like to be comfortably, but so now we want to just combine the coin purse and the lucky rabbit's foot for the lucky coin purse, because then we get double the money instead of just sometimes getting extra money. I think it does remove the effect of finding extra, having like a higher likelihood of finding extra items with the rabbit's foot, but getting more money is worthwhile. Pet the puppy. Give me a turnip, please. Nope. That's alright. Alright, corridor. No corridor, unfortunately. I guess we just go break room here, so we at least have a break room. We could get a walk-in closet, I guess, for some decent items. We can still come back up through security, but that's our only avenue now. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and draft the break room. Maybe there'll be like an apple or something in here. Okay, it's all right. Let's just go ahead and do this then. 16. All right, this is a weird one. I've never seen it quite like this. So I guess depending on how you do this, it's either 21, then rounded to the nearest 10, which would be 20. Okay, that is how it works. Is this squared and then squared again? I've not seen them do double symbols until just now. So, okay, that is how it is. So we went outside in, I think. How does this one work, though? To the nearest 10, it would probably just be 0, but there's no 0. How does that work? Maybe you have to square it first and then round? How did I do it on the last one? I did the rounding at last, so it was inside out, not outside in. Maybe it's just 10? It's not. Oh, so yeah, this would be -4. So if it's squared, if we're squaring first instead of rounding first, it would be 20. Yeah, okay. All right, just wanted to make sure that I was doing that in the right order. Oh, this is where the treasure map is placed too. Okay. Probably doesn't really help me much, but I guess I'll take more money if they're going to give me that. Gems is less useful, but I'll still take them. I need to remember I can rotate rooms, so I might be able to make do with that from the security chamber, if nothing else. A whole lot of money. Now we really are hoping, because I was 80 gold, we'd be hoping at some point to find at least a freezer, if not a gift shop directly today, but I don't know if we're gonna have to have quite enough money. A casino would be fine too, but honestly we're probably gonna have to spend some money at a kitchen or something unless we get a dining room here. I really wish I had rotated this. I just was not thinking. Unfortunately, we've dead-ended. That's really kind of garbage. I hate when RNG is that bad. I should, it's my own fault for not rotating the commissary, and if I had known, I would have rotated the observatory, but there was no reason to at the time. Aside from just maybe having slightly better odds, rotating it that way instead of leaving it this way. But yeah, unfortunately, we can't really make do with anything by rotating the pantry or anything. So this one just dead ends, which kind of sucks because we don't really get any sort of use out of all of our money that we've gotten today, which definitely blows a little bit. At least getting a freezer would have been nice. But yeah, it's just not going to happen, so I'm just trying to think if there's any reason why we would want anything else to try here, but I can't think of anything. Because we can't, use the foundation trick we used before to get past it. We've already connected everything we can to that, so we're not really getting any further at this point. So we'll just throw a garage in here just for the hell of it, I guess, because I think we have the car keys. No. I don't know why I thought I picked them up. And that's just going to be a slightly unfortunate, somewhat waste of a day. But we're getting rid of the blessing of the dancer. Hopefully the shrine will come up again soon so we can try out a different blessing. I think I may just go ahead and look up the costs of the different rooms so we can figure out what we need for different ones. I think the blessing of the monk is the one that I would like to try. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and end the day in the break room. I do want to check the grotto for the message thing, but we don't have a lot of steps, so we'll just go ahead and end the day here. And that's fine. It's not great, but it's, we'll just continue. At the very least, we made some more allowance. And this is kind of what I'm getting at, why I'm saying I want to slow down a little bit on Blueprints streams being a regular thing, because the progress is getting a lot more granular now. We can't, expect to get, big things every time we do a run. A lot more runs are going to end like that. I mean, not in a premature dead end situation necessarily, but just with us not making a lot of progress, to be more specific. We've got our key card. We have 85 gold now, up from 80, which is nice. Let's head out to the outer room and see what we get. If shrine is an option, that is 100% what we will take. Otherwise, we'll just pick something else for the day. There we go. All right. I would also very much like to get a library there's a book we have yet to get. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and look up the costs here. Blueprints Shrine. So if we're going to go monk, apparently monk is 13 gold. It starts at 1. 1 is dancer, then high roll. I already knew high roller was 3. Gardener we've had before is 5. So it starts at 1, goes to 3, then 5. It's 2 gold each time. So monk is 13. And then the next iteration of that would be 29. And then after that would be 45. So if we want it for as many days as possible, which apparently is 7 days. We'd have to spend 77 gold, which is a lot, but I guess I'm willing to give it a shot just to... We're in kind of experimental territory at this point, so sure. The only thing is I think I have to just click this very slowly. I can't, like, really make this go any faster. There you go, buddy. Enjoy a ton of money. You call it a day in a room in your house, you will have the opportunity to draft that room from the grounds the following day. Okay. Normally I don't like looking up stuff, but the book in the game does not give you the costs of how to get those, so I'd have to just be sitting there doing math to figure it out anyway. And there's no, I don't know the order of them, so I'd just be guessing and just kind of wasting time. Should I go check the grotto while I'm out here? It's going to cost us more steps if we do. I just don't know if I expect us to have a lot this day already because we just spent tons of money. Let's just go look. It must not be the grotto. Maybe it's just that you get the communications from the office. I know I looked at new emails, but for some reason I can't seem to figure out how to do that again. So it must just be that I'm at the wrong, I keep going to like the wrong terminal. Maybe you have to be in the office for it or something. Like that's the email that they keep pinging instead of like any of the other ones. All right, let's go this way. Well, haha, there's the gift shop when we don't have all that money. I guess I could just throw it in there for the hell of it. Sure. But yeah, what we're trying to get is this. Each blue room drafted on the 8th rank will contain a hidden blue memo, which I'm assuming will give us like more interesting hints, which is why we're working towards it, but it's obviously like super costly, so that's why I'm kind of in grindy territory right now. The commissary a little bit earlier last time would have been really helpful. I guess let's just go ahead and take it. We don't really have money is the only thing now, but that's okay. I'll just get the shovel at this point. And we'll continue on. The parlor would be nice. I don't really like that we're just curving that way already, but we kind of want the gems, so just go ahead and give me that. There are 2 false statements. Well, if that's true, then the other 2 have to be false, so we'll see. This is the only true statement. Okay, the white box is empty. All right, so both of these assert that there is only one true statement and that they themselves would have to be the one that is true. And then this one is just saying the white box is empty. Which probably means that this one is false and that's where the gems are, because it's the only one really saying that. But let's say this one is true. There are 2 false statements. Then this one saying this is the only true statement would be false. And this one would be false. Which technically works, I think. Because this one is not necessarily... It's saying this is the only true statement, which is... If it is false... it doesn't really negate blue being true, I think. They just can't both be true, obviously. If, you know, because if this one is true, then this one obviously also can't be true. So it would be false, but then this one would have to also be true in order for that to be the case. Otherwise, this thing would technically be true, and you'd have 3 truths. So for white to be true, this has to be false, but then this has to be true, which only gives you a 50-50 of where the gems could be again. I feel more like instead this one is the only true one. There are two false statements in that this one is false and this one is false. So the white box is probably where the gems are because it's also the only one telling us where the gems would be. Let's just go with that. Okay. Let's see where this goes. Den is fine. There's a trunk there this time, but I don't have a sledgehammer, so we'll have to come back to that because I don't have a key or anything. Let's come back down. Stay on rank 1 for the moment. I didn't code check the fucking bracelet. Oh, well, I guess it was bound to happen eventually. Shit, that sucks, though. That really sucks. I was not thinking about that at all. Crap. This is what happens when you get in a rush and you just have like a random dead-end day that you just don't consider your checklist at the end of it. That really blows, though, man. I really wish I hadn't screwed that up. Alright, we'll potentially come back to this. I mean, we can buy it again. I just, you know, that's such a valuable item. I really wish I hadn't screwed that up. I'm kicking myself over that one now, for sure. Kind of useless broken lever right now. For the moment, anyway. What is with these room arrangements lately? I guess give me the chapel because we don't have money this time, so we don't really care now. I'm not going to walk into it yet. Another treasure map would be good if we got it somewhere where it actually, like, helped. The solarium for rarer rooms. What rooms would we want to try to draft that maybe we could end the day in? It really sucks that I lost the gem bracelet because that would have helped a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like we should just try ending in like the antechamber or something just to see what that does, but that requires getting to the antechamber, so we'll see. I think for now just do another workshop. Okay, we got a battery, so we can make a power hammer if we want. I don't know if we want to make a power hammer, or sorry, we don't have the sledgehammer. We can make a jackhammer, but I don't want to make a jackhammer right now. Coin is useful at least. Turnip. If I had had more steps yesterday, I feel like I would have considered the, I would have been a little bit more likely to consider, the coat check bracelet stuff. I just was so concerned about running out of steps, I just wasn't even thinking about what I had. Kind of a crappy hallway. All of the, I don't know why the rotations are so off today. They keep wanting to go the wrong way. Like, I either keep getting, like, horizontal straight lines or just a complete dead end. The armory would give us, like, the shield or the torch, which could still be good, but I maybe would prefer to just have a key, even though it's kind of a crappy hallway. Actually, the kennel would have made more sense. I already have a shovel. I don't know why I didn't just take that. Oh, well. Laboratory for an experiment. We can still come up these ways, assuming we don't once again dead end. Or we could just go patio, so we at least have a way to go up, but then the spreading of gems in the green room thing in green rooms doesn't help us because it's only for ones that are already drafted. Give me the laboratory. We do have a key card, so we could also screw with the security experiment, or the security stuff. Alright, experiment setup. Permanently add 1 gold. Remove a crate from the tunnel. Let's focus on that still. Whenever you draft a shop room, each time you find some trash while digging, let's just do that, I think. Because we have a shovel already, and we're likely to dig at least some. Log into network, please. And then we'll quickly look at electronic mail here. We looked at these already. These are not new. Yeah. Return to network. Just get security set up so that we have some security doors, I guess. All right. Keycard system. That should be all we need to do. All right. And there's nothing else in here, so let's just come back down this way. Spare green room, I guess. The chapel ended up being kind of a one-way room if we do this, but that's fine. I don't really want those rooms all that bad. Watering can might be of use for us, so that's good. I don't see any dig spots. And once again, we're kind of like missing out on stuff, but we'll take the study here for the possibility of redrawing floor plans. The gem bracelet obviously would have helped in that regard. I really wish I hadn't screwed that up. But we can potentially buy it again, so I'm not like overly worried. It just sucks that we threw it away like that without thinking. Alright, that should be all that's here, I think. One more extra gem. And then we go... I think we should make our way back and come up through the den, just because we have a better likelihood of finding the types of rotations for rooms. Like just the general layouts are going to work better for going north. Usually, not always. But when you're traveling horizontally, you have a higher tendency to roll rooms that go in the wrong direction or a less favorable direction, so slightly more anyway. In this case, we we got exactly the opposite sort of thing. We do have 2 workshops, so we would get 3 doors, including the one we walk in through, I think. Sorry, 4 because we have a laboratory, so we could probably just do the mechanarium here. I think that'll still give us some connections, so let's just go ahead and do that, because the other rooms, rather than like spending gems to reroll, it should be okay. Yeah. Assuming that they're not locked anyway. And what is it with these doors? Let's take the quest bedroom, I guess. We get 10 extra steps immediately, and if we do make it to the antechamber, then we can get some extra allowance as well. I need rooms to dig in, though. Give me a key or something, please. That is fine, I guess. So we have a way in there if we can get that far. Once again, these room layouts really kind of suck. Just keep giving me like just nothing but turns today. I don't know what the deal is, but at least we can technically continue still. Our 1 key. We're also not getting keys for some reason. Alright, bedroom it is. Not that we can't re-roll, but like I'm trying not to just spend all of our gems immediately on re-rolls. No items. Okay, well, so this is an interesting one. The kennel would allow us to potentially get a little further via the shovel digging. The dining room has more doors. So this is guaranteed to at least continue north. This we could end up running into 2 locked doors, but we have 2 paths. So the odds are that one of them won't be locked or is a keycard door and we can still continue anyway. And there could be a key in there, but this is just kind of like a spicy thing regardless. I think we will go kennel and hope for like to just get a key. There's also not a guarantee that there's a dig spot in here, technically. But there is, thankfully. So at least we can continue one more room here. Hopefully a courtyard, maybe? West Wing Hall will have to do. Of course it's locked. The garage will dead end, but we'll have keys. The tunnel usually has a dig spot, so we could still continue up. I think we go garage here. Because the keys, for 3 keys, is probably a little bit more valuable. Though we're definitely running into some walls here with these resources. And also just the rooms that we're getting drafted are not great. Like, look at this shit. This is not good. It's not fully dead ends, but they're not good. Let's redraw. Courtyard is better. Dining room is also pretty good, but I think we'll go courtyard. Maybe dig up some trash at least to remove some crates from the tunnel. I mean, I kind of don't want trash all that bad, but I certainly don't mind removing more crates. So I would be certainly okay with it now if you want to give me at least one. One thing of pebbles or a rock or a shoe or a can. Okay, no trash whatsoever. I mean, I guess I'm happy to have the resources at the very least, but... Okay, so this is an interesting one. Lost and Found will let us go to the left still, but if we do that, we're gonna lose one of our items. Some of which I don't mind losing, but if we lose like the shovel, we could be or the key card, we could be screwed immediately. I think this is a very bold play, but I think we're going to do the attic and just hope that we get some good stuff in here. There's oftentimes gems. There's this. Get some reroll dice. Some keys is good. Where are all the items, bro? Why are they like all over here? Corridor we have on 2-3. Bedroom we have on 4-1. If we could get this to be one of those, that would be good, but it probably won't be either. Of course, it's 5-1, which is the kennel. So we'll go dig in the kennel again. Is that all the items? I guess the stuff in the trunk counted as some of it. All right. Well, we will probably want to backtrack to that den here in a little bit to break open that other chest. Maybe we should... We did get some extra steps recently. I think we should just do it because we got to backtrack to the kennel anyway, which is admittedly right here, but see what kind of treasure we can get. There might be some gems in this as well. Okay, we got money and gems, so that's certainly good. I still think it's probably worth spending the steps to get back to the den. It's not that far away. And the bedroom doesn't cost anything, so it's not too bad. But we're back up to 44 gold, so we're not looking too bad on money at least. And what I was hoping for was gems, so... Okay. We're in decent shape now, I would say. At least for resources. Our drafting stuff is still not great. Still really burns that we lost the gem bracelet. Also pet the puppy. Shouldn't forget that. Pet the other puppy. Continue through the attic since that's the only way we can go. Or not the attic, the courtyard, and hope that that we don't get screwed. Dining room at least keeps us going. It's either that or we redraw. I would love the library, but it's going the wrong way, and draw could be bad depending on what we get, so let's just go with the dining room for now. Just continue this way, I guess. Oh, hello, coin purse. We still would like to get to the antechamber, so I guess we'll go boiler room. Obviously, I want a break room too, but like, we don't care as much about the break room if we're trying to end our day somewhere else. So let's just take the boiler room since it goes north. And I will turn on the power, but I don't know if I'm going to bother much with directing it anywhere, but we'll do it, I guess. Just to see what we get. It does make you more likely to get rooms that use power, so I'm not sure if that's a good idea while we're drafting, but we'll just see what happens. We're not using the secret garden key here, just regular key. The weight room is awful. Here, we do not want to lose all those steps, so let's just redraw and see if we get something that's not so awful. I guess the classroom is alright. At least continues left, so we can come back up around here, maybe. And there's an apple. Also, the dining room is ready now, so that's something. This does not carry power, so let's immediately backtrack and send it the other way from when we try to go that way. And let's quickly head into the dining room for those extra steps while we're here. Not really too worried about waiting to see what we draft. I don't really want to bank on getting a furnace anyway, so that's fine. We might end up with one, but just take my 20 steps now. Okay. Now, continue through the classroom and hope that we can at least make it here, so we need something that turns up this way or continues and then turns. Throne room is fine. It at least gets us up that way. I wish it was oriented the other direction, but we'll just take that. It doesn't cost anything because of the axe, thankfully, so we can also open room 46 if we want, which we might as well. I'm tempted to end the day in room 46 to see what happens if we do that. I just don't know if either of the room will do anything. Okay, well, observatory is our only good choice here, so we'll just go ahead with that. I think we already have the quest bedroom, so what? Oh, we're on day 50, so it's a new constellation. What is this? The Inkwell. You may spend stars to draw new floor plans. Okay. Interesting. I forgot all about the new constellation thing. Alright, we got some allowance at least, so that's something. I guess just we'll go in and collect the blue crown while we're here. Yo, Hera, how's it going? Where'd you get the throne rune from? It's kind of a bit of a spoiler if you... I don't know if you're playing this yourself or not, but I'll tell you if you're not. And happy Sunday to you as well. Hope you're doing well, having a good weekend. Oh, hang on one second. You're not? Okay, okay. So outside there's the Black Bridge Grotto, where you have to like put in like the microchips and the admin key stuff. When you find all 3 microchips, you can put them in there. It opens up a big door and it just lets you go onto this like sort of back path that leads up to like an old I don't know, an old ruin sort of, where you can find the floor plan for the throne room. There's nothing else there, it's just that. So the question is, do I just go ahead and end my day? I think we should continue just for a bit. But I'm not sure if I should end my day here and see if it lets me draft room 46, or if I should end my day in the antechamber. Because I have that one picture that sort of looks like the antechamber. That's like clear, like it was in the Lady Epson's diary. She has like a drawing that leads kind of what looks to like it very much looks like the spot where the outer room would be, because you can see the path, you can see the bridge, the river, or little creek there. So that seems to be what that is, but then the room depicted looks kind of like the antechamber, except it seems like it's missing a door. So it could be the closed exhibit, could be something else. Could be the throne room even, but I feel like I should try ending my day in one of those. Or maybe she's just drawing like any room with 3 doors, I don't know. But now that I have the Blessing of the Monk, I feel like I should try some different ones. Remove from today's pool. We could get rid of the dark room that way. We don't really need it. Just take a pool, I guess. We're still looking for dig spots, which is why I kind of want to continue. So I need to find rooms where I can dig. Actually, sometimes the boiler room has dig spots down below. I should... Okay, it doesn't seem to. It's kind of... It's not consistent or anything. It just sometimes does. Yeah, if we can dig for our experiment to trigger some more... to trigger some extra crates being removed from the tunnel, that would be good. Anyway, how's your weekend been, Hera? Hope that you've had a good one so far. I guess the pump room would be alright. The pump room also often has a dig spot in it. Not always or anything, but... We actually have 4 ways to redraw here, but it's interesting that it only shows 3 of them. Because we have the way to do it via gems, too. The ballroom just dead ends. The pump room, I think, is fine. It doesn't let us go this way, but we can still get to the center bit there, and there might be a dig spot here. There is not. I think we will just redraw this one, or maybe... Oh no, we removed the dark room from today's pool. Why is it showing up again? That's weird. I guess just give me the utility closet, unless we want to redraw again for something that we might be able to dig in, possibly. Give me the utility closet and save my gems for something else. No dig spots. Turn this off in case we get the gymnasium. Turn the garage on just for the hell of it. Alright, come back this way. Treasure trove we would certainly like to do. The treasure trove is another one that would be potentially nice to end our day in, maybe. If ending it outside. Maybe that's the one we should do, because it doesn't come up all the time. Like, antechamber is always going to be there. It's just a question of, do we get there? It'll dead end us, but we haven't been digging at all anyway today. The experiment has been a complete bust. Let's try the treasure trove. I feel like this is one I would like to end the day in, just to see what occurs. If nothing else, we'll just immediately build 5 gold, I think, upon drafting it, if we even can. Pink boxes marked with Moon always contained false statements. All right, I'll take a picture. I still don't really know if what of any of these memos are actually true, because just because it's green doesn't really mean anything. But we'll keep taking the pictures anyway. So my concern is normally... No, this is a free room. It should be fine. So we don't have the gem bracelet. So yeah, we're fine. Yeah, maybe let's just end our day here. Is there anything else I want to try to do before I end my day, though? Because I'm out of rooms to go in. Because we can try the antechamber in room 46 another day. We have 7 days of the Blessing of the Monk. I went for, like, the max amount. We don't have enough money to buy the blue tents. I don't think there's much of anything else we can do. So let's call it a day here. It's probably just going to immediately give us, like, 5 extra gold, but I'm just curious if we get anything else from it. We're just going to be experimenting. So we will not start a key card, or with a key card this time, because we're not ending in a break room. Been alright, thanks. The weather's been nice and moved. The lawn both at my... Oh, mowed. Sorry. The lawn both at my parents' place as well as the summer house today. Oh, nice. How about you? Anything interesting? Not super interesting, just lots of work and stuff. Yesterday I took my mom out to lunch for like a belated Mother's Day thing. We never go out like on actual Mother's Day. We always like to wait just because restaurants are always mobbed, and it's just like she doesn't even really care about it like being a specific mandatory thing or anything like that. It's just more a thing that I like to do, I guess. All right, let's see what happens. Can we draft the treasure room from here then? We can. It does cost a gem. Oh, that's different. What the hell? Well, we start with a bunch of extra money, but also, what the fuck is this about, though? I have no idea what to do with this. It's a locked chest, but I'm not getting, like, an interact prompt. Obviously, I don't have a key, so maybe we just come back with a key, but I feel like there's something else I need to be doing here. Alright, well, I guess we'll just keep that in mind. Everything else seems the same. This is just dead-ended. But we'll try coming back when we have, like, a sledgehammer, a shovel, some keys, or whatever. Just to see. It had, like, 3 of, like, the, Orindia, or Oris, or whatever, sigils on the top of the chest. So that's definitely unique. I just wish I knew what the hell it did. Alright, parlor first, I guess. Alright, the empty boxes both have true statements. The blue box is a true statement. This box contains the gems. Okay. Alright. The empty boxes both have true statements. If this is true, then it just means that it has to be empty and one of the other boxes has to both also be true and empty. Which would then be this one. The blue box has a true statement because this one would have to be true and then therefore also empty. Which means the gems would be in the black box, except this also says that it contains the gems, which would make it true as well by default, and then you'd have 3 truths, so that doesn't work. So... this can't be true, I think, because if this were true, this one also has to be true, which means they both, yeah. So no matter how we look at that, this one can't be true because it would have to be one of the true statements that is therefore empty, but that conflicts with black. So this has to be false. The empty boxes both do not have true statements, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the gems are in a false statement box, it just means that the empty boxes may not necessarily be true. This one could be one of those. If that's false, then this is also false, which makes this the only true one, which doesn't conflict with this. So the gems should just be here. Let me just make sure I'm doing this right. Empty box. The empty boxes both have true statements. This would therefore be one of those true boxes, which would then therefore have to be empty. This would also be true by default because it's claiming blue is true. So these would have to be the two true boxes, which would both be empty, but then this is also asserting that it contains the gems, which would have to therefore be false, but it would also make it either a third true box or a third empty box, which doesn't make sense. So yeah, these can't be true. They have to be false. So they should just be here, I think, if I didn't. Okay, get in my head too much there. That one was honestly more straightforward than I thought it was, so I just kept like thinking about it as being probably trickier than it actually was. Especially now that we're on day 51, I was kind of expecting it to be immediately a lot harder. Anyway, I am looking forward to playing Expedition 33. I was very tempted to actually start that today, but I figured we'd do one more Blueprints bonus stream before I go with that. I think, let's redraw and see what we get here. Oh, that actually sucks more. Just give me the pantry so we can at least get to the corner. Should have just taken the chapel and been okay with loss of money. Walk-in closet, quest bedroom. Let's take the walk-in closet this time. For some items. We got another vault key, 304, okay. Well, if we get a vault, then we'll open it. It'll likely just have some money or gems or something in it, I would guess, because we've already opened the really important one, I think. Unless there's other really important ones that contain something else, but, I guess we'll see. Hallway is fine here for some connections. Otherwise, maybe just go workshop. We probably should have drafted from the drawing room since we could have re-rolled once from there, but I think I kind of want like something north-facing here, so let's just draft a workshop there. And yeah, I guess I will walk in and collect the battery, even though I probably should just go the other way immediately. But let's see what this room is going to be. Okay, courtyard there seems pretty good, so let's just go ahead and throw that in. We don't yet have a shovel. Do we see one in there? I don't think so. It's kind of hard to tell from our angle if there would be one or not. Probably not. Let's come back down for the moment before we go in there. Den, I think we will take. Although I would like a commissary if we can get one in the corner. That would be nice. Okay, perfect. Can I get a shovel from you? Yes. I will take all of these, since we're not that likely to have that much money for a gift shop anyway. A library would certainly be really good. Early attic. It does cost all of our gems, but you know what? I'm willing to give it a try. Compass. Broken lever. Another key. I think I'll just go ahead and spend one of our keys to open this trunk. I was kind of hoping for a treasure map again, since we have not yet drafted a bedroom or a corridor, I don't think. Okay, lockpick set is nice at least. Alright. Those are at least some good items. We can still continue a number of ways. We'll come back up through the den. We still want to dig in the courtyard. But we don't have an experiment yet, so I wouldn't mind finding like a laboratory or security. is what I was just thinking, so. Okay, we do not have a key card this time, so I need to just set the settings low, not high. We'll even change the offline mode in case we find a utility room. And remote terminal access, please. This one I don't really like that much. We could do the unseal an antechamber door to make it pretty easy to get to the antechamber, I guess. Whenever you draft a shop room, maybe, or just, you know, we could just do the set your dice to 2 thing. I never pick this though, so let's do that, and we're less likely to unlock or bypass security doors this time, so we'll just do the shop room one. Either way, the experiment today isn't great, so I'm not really too worried. We didn't really get any of the particularly good options. All right, let's come up here. We'll stop in the courtyard to dig some stuff there. I guess maybe let's take the dark room, so we can at least continue north. Well, no, we can still get there anyway from the foundation, so that's not really useful. The kitchen might be better for food possibilities. I think we'll just go bedroom, though. We did not find a treasure map where I was hoping to. We have the sleeping mask, so we get some extra steps out of this anyway. But, you know, we could still potentially find... Oh, there's a sledgehammer here. Okay, well, wish I had stepped in now. Oh, well. It only cost us 1 key earlier. Okay, extra steps is nice. Coins. I would like some keys, please. Just so we have a slightly better number of them. Okay, no such luck, but, you know, that's fine. There were no consumable items for sale in the commissary. We bought all of the items out of there already. It was just special items. Okay, there's a key. That's good. All right. Let's go to the right for now. Oh, never mind. We cannot. And we'll go observatory and see what we get. We are really running out of gems, though. Extra gold from that. The inkwell thing. These kind of suck. We could redraw, but I think I'll just go hallway for more doors and a key. Hopefully not security doors. Okay, good. Once again, not really getting the greatest of options here. We could spend a star to redraw. That's not the end of the world. We don't want to, like, constantly be spending all of our stars, though, because we'd like to keep building on the inkwell thing, so that we can just get other constellations with it. But that does make our constellations, aside from the inkwell, kind of suck a little bit for a while, because we won't get a lot of different constellations with it. Just pretty ho-hum ones, I think. I guess boudoir is fine. Just give me some reroll dice and a gem and some extra steppies. We would like to try to make it to the antechamber, so we can at least consider ending the day there. I think the treasure trove has something really good in it, potentially. I just don't know what to do about that chest. We'll try, if we have enough steps, we will try to get back there today, though. Obviously. What is these room choices? I keep getting, like, just terrible shit. Let's redraw. vestibule's a little bit better, except it does use up all of our gems. But the other choices are also pretty garbage, so let's just take it. My concern is getting locked in here. Alright, we can't do the ballroom right now. I guess let's just do chapel. I'm not really too worried about my money. I really need to be able to continue this way, because we have all this real estate on the right that is just not getting used, and it's just really not wanting to let me go there either. I mean, the Nook would be okay. I don't mind having 3 options to go north, but I'd really like to have something that goes back down. Conference room is fine. Nook it is, I guess. Still have a foundation for that as well. Well, the foundation currently is locked with a security door. Oh, there's a treasure map. Let's see what room that ends up in. 5-1. Do we have anything there? We don't yet. So maybe if we could get a corridor there, we could still get something possibly to happen. Yeah, if we find a key card, then we're fine there. But yeah, we didn't start with one, so obviously I have been a lot for a while, but corridor there would be a waste. Gift shop, all of these are kind of a waste because none of them go where we want, and on top of that, we don't even have a gem for this. The gift shop we could still buy something in if we somehow get enough money, but I just don't see it as being likely. Do I spend a star, though? We're trying not to spend them much. I guess let's just go ahead and do it once. Well, that kind of all sucks still, but I guess I'll just take a storeroom then. Oh, the gift shop would have been a shop, though. We should have taken that for the experiment, I guess. Which would have given me... would have unsealed an antechamber door. I wasn't really thinking about that, but oh well. Continue this way for the moment. I guess it's gonna be the veranda. Hopefully there's some gems in there, or a gem at least. There often is, and there is. Workshop, I guess. A little bit late for the coin purse, but still happy to see it, I suppose. There you are. Do we want to make anything? We could make the lockpick better. We don't necessarily need the metal detector at this point. No, I don't think the sleeping mask actually combines with anything. Maybe it does, and I just forget what. But I've already done all the, like, crafting things, so I'm not... That's kind of a weird one. Could do, like, the electromagnet or something, but... Same with the salt shaker. I feel like it doesn't actually combine with anything. We could make a power hammer or a jackhammer, because we have the stuff for that. We could make the detector shovel. The sonic... pick amplifier thingy just to make a better lockpick, so we don't have to worry as much about keys. I think let's just go ahead and make that. I'm less worried about the metal detector at this point. And we could, like I said, we could make a jackhammer or a power hammer. I just don't know if there's any reason to right now. We can always come back if we want. So let's just, well, not always, but, you know, we can for a while at least. So we'll just consider all that. I guess we'll spend our last gem on a classroom for now. Just hope we get something that connects to the antechamber, and then some sort of way to open the antechamber at some point would be good. Spare green room will work. Obviously, I'd prefer a shop, but we don't have any gems, so... there is a watering can here, though, that'll help, plus a free gem. I don't think I normally get both. I'm going to step out of and back into this room for an extra green room gem. And we'll get one as we go past through the veranda as well, just to get our gems back up a bit. I was wondering if watering can is one of the things that does not show up here. But it's just weird to me because it seems like there's certain items that do show up there that you can't really do anything with, unless I'm just forgetting what they can be made into. Maybe that's entirely possible. So let's see. In terms of what we could open antechamber door stuff with, we still have the possibility of a Great Hall, which is, I think, the one we would want. If we find a secret garden key, maybe we could draft it on the east edge. Or sorry, the west edge, I mean. A weight room, which we really don't want, but could still make use of, theoretically. The mechanarium, possibly. We have some different options. Let's come up through the chapel. All right, this is okay for the gift shop, and we will gain... it will open an antechamber door for us, so we have the option of ending the day there, at least. Potentially, if we... I don't know which door is unsealed is the only thing. It does not tell me. We're close to it right now, so we actually heard the door open. We just don't know which one it was. Could go office and maybe try to check the email. We will get one of our gems back, so we'll be back at 2. I guess that's fine. But I want to try checking the email because I feel like I should be seeing new messages, and I'm not sure where I have to do it from. If we spread gold, that'll go back into the conference room, so we might as well, I guess. All right, let's look at the mail. Okay, so in order to get new ones, we have to come here still. Mick, estate beneficiary. Dear Simon P. Jones, we, the undersigned, would like to inform you as the contingent heir of Mount Holly that while you are exploring the estate, the staff have been placed on indefinite paid leave. You have the full right and privilege to spend as much time on the estate as you deem fit without the interruption and supervision of the staff. It is entirely at your discretion to decide when and if the staff are to return to their duties. McGuire, McKinley, and McDougal. Okay. Simon, just to let you know, a few of us on the staff have a habit of using the staff announcements board that is located on the network under staff services. You may notice new announcements from time to time. Okay. This is convenient as most of the staff who are interested have access to the public terminal in Cinco, while very few, like Randolph and myself, have electronic mail capabilities. Good to know. I haven't really been checking that, so... Staff services, staff announcements. That's right. This is where I was looking at before. I forgot about this. New. Land sakes alive, I'll be blowed. I have absolutely no idea how he's done it, but it appears Simon has somehow reestablished satellite connection from the estate, assuming this isn't a glitch. Either way, now that we have a connection again, I'll be able to check network activity logs and find out what happened. I can confirm that this morning, as I was driving up to the estate to reset the house, I did see that the satellite was up. So it appears the young master does, in fact, have complete mastery of the house. Yay, I'm going to guess that means he's likely already reached room 46 then. I knew he would pull it off. I just knew it. Congratulations, Simon. Kimberly, I can't confirm with any certainty that he's reached room 46 yet, but from the activity I can see on the network, I'd be very surprised if he hasn't. So congratulations are in order for me as well, Simon. I, too, knew you would pull it off. you want to try to communicate with Simon, is it better to post here or send him emails? I think the announcement board here is slightly more convenient as it's a way for the entire staff to contribute without us doubling down on information or bombarding Simon with dozens of holiday well wishes. Merry Christmas, Simon, or as her ladyship used to call your mother, Merry Christmas. We want to let you know that we've left some presents for you in the boudoir today. Hopefully, well, I missed those, I think. Hopefully next year, we'll be able to celebrate the day together, your friends in faithful service. I mean, I could check the boudoir just to see if they're still there, maybe, but... Simon, now that you have a satellite connection, you should be able to connect to Synca to download some new experimental data packets for the lab. We already did that. Been working on a lot of interesting, innovative experiments here, and it would be great if you could try them out for us and provide some valuable data. Okay. We've done all that. That's cool. Schedule change. Okay, still nothing to do with any of that. All right. I don't think there's anything else to do here right now, so that's fine. So, we had a boudoir here. I could try to go back down and check it. Showroom would be another antechamber door open. The problem is I don't know what door opened previously. It could have been this one. Now, this will open another one, so we could get this one open. I just don't know which. But we might have the chance to get an emerald bracelet again, which is super necessary. Goodbye. Unfortunately, no emerald bracelet, which blows, but... I guess we'll just hold off on buying anything for the moment. I mean, the master key, I guess, could be good. We're not very likely to be able to afford the blue tents. Okay, well, this will open... Well, this will ensure all three, I think, unless the room 46 one has opened. It does dead end here is the only thing, so we'd have to try to work our way up around, or just hope that this one is open, which it probably is. Especially if we get another one, then we'll know all four are open. But this has a gem requirement is the thing, so we can't really put it down. I guess let's just put the dove coat here. See what we get. I was really, really hoping for an emerald bracelet to be in there. It sucks that there wasn't. Maid's chamber. We won't get as many items, but we don't really need a lot of items at this point. So, and it does at least connect to the other side. So likely one of these doors are open. Okay, this one is. So that's good. We have a way now to at least end in the antechamber. So at this point, the only thing we really care about, I think, is maybe just getting something over here for our treasure map that would ideally be a corridor, I guess, at this point, to see if we can dig something there that's special. The bedroom was the other one. We also really need to recheck the boudoir. But then the last thing really is just a quest bedroom, just to see if we can get some extra allowance for our troubles. Is there anything we would want to buy here? Moon pendant can be nice. I guess we'll buy that. It's only 20 gold. We'll consider the master key or something, but... The thing is, we already have a decent amount of keys, so I don't feel like we need that as much. At least not yet. We may need it. I don't know if we care about having another connection here at this point. I don't want to risk, although I guess it doesn't really matter that much in that case. So yeah, just give me the dark room, I guess. We don't have a utility room. could end up with one. Let's just see where this ends up going, I guess. Hall of Mirrors, sorry, Chamber of Mirrors, I guess could maybe get a little something, because we can maybe get to those two sides. We can't get over there, but in which case there's gems available, but we have to actually get there. We'll see. All right, let's go back through the vestibule. Hopefully don't get locked in or anything. And then... Okay. Throne room. Okay, we definitely don't do closed exhibit because we don't have the things for that, but throne room goes the wrong way. I guess archives is our only choice now if we want to be able to continue to the left. I mean, unless we redraw, but I'm trying not to spend the stars if I can help it. Any gems? Nope. We can press this at least, which opens a button over there. I guess it's worth backtracking to that. If the door doesn't lock, it did. Wait, that's the wrong one, isn't it? It is. Okay. So we don't have to worry about that. Oh, I forgot there's going to be money in here, too. I'll spend the step to get it, although I don't think it's probably worth it at this point. Shouldn't be too wasteful with our steps, but we are planning to end just in, like, the antechamber, I think, so I don't think we're going to have to worry too much. Maybe we should go buy the master key since we don't have a lot of keys left while we're backtracking and everything. Because I just don't think we're very likely to get anything else there, so... Yeah, let's get this. Oh, I should have gone the other way first. Oh, well. Grab that. That opens the one over there, which I don't think I can get to currently, but that's okay. We at least got one gem for now. You still want to check? Yeah, I guess I might do that. We'll have to see what we have in the way of steps still. By the end of all this. It's not the end of the world if we can't do it right now, I think. Alright. Because we have the Blessing of the Monk for like a full week, so we can try it again if need be. But we would certainly like to get a dining room or a kitchen just to get more steps because we are getting a little low. Well, we'll just have to do this and hope that it's good. We got a second maid's chambers? How did that happen? Why am I getting duplicates of rooms I have not duplicated? I'm a little confused by that. I guess courtyard is okay here. Spend our one gem, but that's alright. Get another one back. We, at the very least, have the steps to make it back to the antechamber. If we could get some turnips or something to maybe also be able to go outside to check the treasure trove, that might be good. Alright, well, there's one. I would ideally like a second one or a dining room to show up from here. Yeah, the Chamber of Mirrors does it, but you have to collect them, I thought. Okay, we can't quite get over there to collect that one gem, so I think let's lower these. Yeah, just relower that. We'll see what we have in the way of duplicates available here. Extra boudoir, I'll take it. Money. A second observatory could go pretty hard, I think, and then I think that one's also just going to be more money and not another floor plan, so we can probably just ignore that. All right, I'm not certain, but yeah, I mean, I might have. But the thing is, earlier also maybe I just misunderstood how the blue crown works. I don't think it duplicates things, but earlier I removed a dark room from from today's draft pool on the last run, so the previous day, using the blue crown, and then another dark room showed up, and I'm pretty sure I don't have duplicate dark rooms, unless like after hitting a certain like number of days, I'm like, maybe some rooms start getting duplicated, but I'm not sure how you would check that because I don't think it really tells you in the room directory. Okay, a kitchen would be fine here, I think. So let's just do that so we can just buy some extra steps so we can ideally... Oh, yeah. So we can ideally make it back to the treasure trove just to check things and then still end in the antechamber today. And then I think that'll be it for this one. We have a ton of steps. I will check the boudoir on my way out too, just to make sure that there's not gifts that were in there that I missed. But I don't think there are, because we've already missed Christmas to have checked it, so at least I'm pretty sure. Of course, they may appear like after you see that message or something, and I just hadn't seen it. But yeah, I don't really see any supposed extra gifts, so they may have only been there on the 25th. And now they're just gone. It might have just been like extra resources, like a key or something like that. Like no wrapped gifts or anything like that, but just something fairly generic. All right, let's just continue back here. We did spend one of our stars. I kind of wish I hadn't done that, but it's fine. I want to keep making progress instead of going, using too many stars to reroll, so we can have like the Inkwell plus other constellations and not too much of the same stuff. Yeah, let's go check the treasure trove just to see if any of the stuff we have now will let us do anything with it. We could also craft something, but like, the sledgehammer still operates like the power hammer, so we don't really need to worry about. Also, we have a master key. Maybe the master key can open it somehow. Probably not. But let's craft this just in case it's something we can somehow break open with a power hammer. If it works as a sledgehammer, or if all you need is a sledgehammer, the power hammer will still work. But I doubt we can break it open at all. You more than likely need some sort of special key for it. Okay. So it doesn't seem to be anything I can do here. My current guess is that we need a special key, or there's like these 3 plate sigils on top for the Orinda Oris, whatever sigil. Orinda Aries. And I'm wondering if these, just because they look a little funky, I wish I could zoom in a little bit, but they kind of look like almost like they could be like lights. Either that or they're like black gemstones, maybe. But it makes me wonder if there's like something you can do to light them up. In which case, I don't know if having like a torch or a burning glass might have helped me here. Or there's something to interact with in the room, maybe, that makes them light up. But I have clicked on everything in here before. Obviously not with the chest there, so I don't know. But yeah, it's probably just a special key thing, and these are probably just decorative or something, but it just makes me wonder if, like, maybe you need a special key, maybe you need a regular key, but maybe you have to do 3 somethings somewhere to get it to be active in the first place. I don't know. I'm not really sure what else to think of it. Because I don't really seem to be able to do anything else from here. As far as I can tell. I'm trying to, like, click on everything. Nothing seems to really do anything. All right. Let's head back to the antechamber. We'll put a pin in that little bit of knowledge. So drafting a room out here does potentially cause things to change, because that is some sort of special chest. So I'm guessing the found floor plans are with my initial guess. Sorry, this is what I meant to do. Are maybe the best choices, or possibly, like I said, I want to try with the antechamber. I want to try with room 46, so I'm going to do that next. We could try the throne room. We do, oh no, wait, that was last time. I was going to say, we do have a throne room, but we don't. Yeah, the found floor plans are ones that you don't get from, like, the drafting studio. These ones are all found in special places. So I'm feeling a little bit like if we end the day in these to draft them in the outer room, maybe each one of them gets something special. I just don't know what to think about that just yet. If that's super likely or not. So, just to see if anything weird happens with it, let's go back to the antechamber. We might even be able to do room 46, but I think we'll just try the antechamber for now. Just because I'm going based off of what that one room drawing thing looked like that we found in the lady's diary. To me, it looks a little bit more like the closed exhibit, but it doesn't really look like the closed exhibit either. It just kind of looks like, I don't know, just some random 3-door room. No, not that way. Could even be the chapel, maybe. But yeah, we'll try. We could even try with, like, the gift shop or something, but let's get back to the antechamber and see what we can figure out. Is there anything else we can afford from here that we might want? We could get the chronograph, and the moon pendant might keep it, but I don't know if I care about that one right now, so let's save it. Or just not worry about it, I mean. And yeah, we will come up through. I still wonder why that Mila statue doesn't show up here. I wonder if it's, like, based on what rank you draft this room on. But there used to be an angel statue here that's not here anymore, and I don't know what happened to it. We did not get a quest bedroom, so we can't do anything with that, and we cannot make it to room 46. If we had gotten another shop after, because this one we got before the experiment, maybe it would have opened this door as well. I would assume so, but anyway, let's end our day here, and we'll see what happens in the outer room on the next day. After we investigate that, I'm going to take a quick restroom break before we continue. But yeah, I don't mind having, like, these kind of shorter runs to try to do multiple little experimental things with. Especially since I'm probably not going to be playing Blueprints on stream as often after today. I'll still be playing it here and there, but like I said, I'm going to probably start Expedition 33 tomorrow. And then we'll see after that. And then, you know, at the end of the month, we're going to have Night Rain coming out, so that's a whole other thing. Alright, so does anything happen by ending the day in the antechamber? I mean, it's there. Can I go in? Yes, okay. Oh, I probably should have waited. Just see if we get a quest bedroom. I guess we'll see what happens. There's 2 antechambers now, which is very bizarre. Oh wait, shit, I'm wasting a step here, but I need to look for differences here. Number 1, so close yet so far away. Okay, that is different. Is the key in any way different? It still says the basement key. Let me, see what I can do about trying to open those doors to see if if they have anything behind them. Another experiment that lets me unseal antechamber doors might be good, but now that there's 2 antechambers, it might count them separately. We could go down even to hit the lever downstairs to see if that opens both doors. It makes me wonder too, right? Because there's redundant levers, right? There's one redundant lever for each thing, for each door. And it makes me wonder that since it's possible to have 2 antechambers if they are no longer redundant, and if each lever opens a different door. That would make things really complicated if so. But it wouldn't surprise me if they did something like that. Okay. I did say, let me take a quick restroom break here. I will just need like 1 minute, so I will be right back and we will continue and see what we can find out. All right, BRB. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Okay, let's see what we can do here. I guess early observatory is not too bad. See what kind of constellations we'll get. I think it's just going to be the Inkwell plus 1 star again. The only downside with this, like I said, is that it's kind of like starting over, but you have the addition of the Inkwell, but all of the rest of our constellation stuff is kind of like back to the very beginning, so... Early dining room. I don't really like having the dining room on a super early rank, but I guess it's fine. Doesn't cost us anything. It's got good connections. We can carry the lunchbox with us until we reach rank 5. Let's see what's up here. Kennel won't have a shovel in it yet. Let's revisit that in a minute. Come back this way. Finally a library. Let's go ahead and take that now. And we can finally read the Curse of the Black Bridge that we've had forever. And we have a magnifying glass, which is cool. Alright, let me get my phone here so I can take some pictures. I will read it. I'm just getting pictures first, and we will go through the rest of that. Seems like it's kind of a long one. It's a fucking very long one, Jesus. All that just for part 1. We're going to be at this book for a bit. I may skim through it. I am getting pictures, so we don't have to like be too crazy about reading every little bit of it. Okay, that's the end finally. And they give you like a whole fucking novella here. Holy shit. All right. Let's kind of skim read a little bit. The Legend of Blackbridge is one that's well known to the people of the Grand Realm. Versions of the tale have been passed down from generation to generation. Each retelling story has changed, coming over the years more colorful, more horrifying. So many renditions, unique personal touches. Task of confining and binding this tale in text seemed an ambitious and impossible challenge. There are dozens of variations in legend. Details often change. Surprised how much the story's heart remained the same. The more I listened, the clearer it became that there could never be a definitive version of this tale just capable of capturing all the wonder and myth of Blackbridge. In the end, I chose to write down what I felt most authentic, the story my grandmother told me as a boy long ago. Berry picker. For peace had become a familiar word. Group of rogues, appropriate to call their number the unholy hounds. Okay, they committed high road robbery. Jasper. I'm kind of silently reading now just because it just takes too long to read it out loud. Yeah, we can check the pictures. There usually aren't that many things hidden in book pictures like this, except for like books like A New Clue, I guess. Didn't want to reveal the location of his newfound berry patch. Carriage is approaching. A moment before the sound source revealed itself within 50 paces of Jasper, hid an elegant carriage, gold trim, soaring around the corner of trees, by horses, sophisticated regalia. You boy, get out from behind that bush. Startled me after death, coming around the bend of my own drive and seeing such an unfamiliar face in a place where there ought not to be any. Berries. So you couldn't have picked a better spot for them, could you? I used to pick berries here as a boy. Little south of Tanner Fork, just past the burnt woods. That is far. You couldn't have come all that way only this morning. It was true. Turner's work was in the exact opposite direction that Jesper had traveled. While that response would seem perfectly reasonable in a location closer to Black Bridge Canyon, he could see why it might seem less believable here. Traveled much farther for much less profit. I dare say there's no distance yet made by man that would not be worth undertaking for a prize such as these. Surely you would have tasted them yourself. In my youth, often, perhaps I took for granted because I never had to travel very far, and even then my father would always drive us here in our carriage, so I'm ashamed I never had to walk such equal reward. My efforts reward us both. Taste memory of your youth. The moment his fingers touched the first barrier, the dagger in turn met his throat, cutting through a superficial layer of skin and drawing blood. Jesper caught the man's startled eyes. And for that taste, I will have your purse, sir, in memory of my youth. The driver's arm had gone stiff, his chin raised and trembling, more frightened than he had ever been before. Whether unable or incapable of speaking, he did not respond to the boy. Perhaps he did not think his jaw could afford to be engaged at this particular time. Jasper let the basket drop, freeing his other hand to probe the man's pockets. Do not mistake me, sir. I will not kill you if you give me no cause, though I will admit the thought of taking your carriage and leaving you the indignity of walking appeals to me. Unable to find the purse in the man's coat, Jesper pivoted to search the seat under him. Why have you no purse upon your person? Driver slowly raised his hand, cautiously pointing toward the carriage door behind him. Jesper lowered the knife's edge a small degree to allow the man to speak, which did in turn softly. There is a lockbox in the carriage. Come down then and grant me the courtesy of sparing your life. Binding your hands, concession, I assure you of my tender heart, for it would be much easier to slit your throat. The man started to comply, slowly lowering himself to the driver's seat. From the driver's seat of the carriage, once down, Jesper guided him away from the carriage to a nearby tree, where he instructed him to get on his knees and put his hands behind his back. Excusing his inexperience, the man indulged Jesper while he figured out how to adequately bind him. The smile and kindness Jesper had seen on the man's face, now nothing more than a distant memory. In their place, cold, dark, eyeing, displaying no emotion. I wonder, should I grant you the same clemency you are showing me? He stopped, surprising by the question, but ignored it. Secured the final bindings and then hastily returned to the carriage. With one hand on the door's handle, he turned back to the man. If there is no lockbox, there will be no clemency. Inside, the carriage was surprisingly dusty and unswept, a stark contrast to the elegant and polished golden facade of the exterior. It had apparently been many years since a passenger had enjoyed passage in this vehicle. This all but confirmed what Jesper had suspected. The driver of this carriage was not a liveried servant, but in the employ of some greater master. Any curiosity in this observation might have further produced was quickly abandoned upon seeing what rested under the carriage's backseat, a large wooden lockbox. Despite its hefty appearance, the box was surprisingly easy to handle. Within a few minutes, Jesper had dislodged it from its hold and carried it out into the sunlight, inspecting the box carefully. 2 observations were made. Totemic symbols found carved on all 4 sides of the box hinted that the box was very old and likely not created by Arendian hands. It reminded him of artifacts from the old world that was presumably crafted in one of the ancient realms. Secondly, the box is secured by a rusted yet robust padlock and would not open easily without a key. Jesper looked over to the driver, quietly observing from his indentured position. Do you perhaps have a key that you can provide me to open this box? Without emotion, the driver replied, there is no key to that box. Easy enough, then. There were a nearby rock of sizable dimensions lifted the stone. I'm carrying it back to the box. If there was ever a time when that lock had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. With one hit, the stone had completely shattered and the rusted lock. He bent back down and opened the lid. Inside was an effigy, a crude figure chiseled from stone. Without too much deliberation, Jesper bent down and picked it up, somewhat surprised how heavy it seemed given how light the box had felt. Having expected to find something more akin to gold or gems, he looked questioningly at the man, hoping to find an explanation. The driver's smile had once again returned. You are cursed, boy, for deadly is the stone. You have opened that which should never have been opened, and you are cursed. Jesper carried the effigy over to the man and shoved it in front of his face. What is it? That's 1. Feeling his disappointment rising to anger now, Jesper tightened his grip on the effigy. What, you mumbling, genter? And in God's name, why have you no purse upon your person? The man did not seem intimidated. 1 pace. He paused for effect. 12 more and you will be dead. He only had a second to flinch before the effigy struck him in the head and put an end to his cryptic ramblings. If there was ever a time when the old man had been resistant to brute force, it wasn't recent. Jesper looked down at the sculpted stone figure, now splattered red. Was it cursed? Was he cursed? He had of course heard stories of curses and had never doubted their validity in the past. But now that he was standing face to face with the possibility of being cursed, his mind pleaded with him to be skeptical. And if he was cursed, what difference would the knowledge make? A dozen more paces would not be enough to find another living soul, to say nothing of the chances of procuring a remedy. If he did not move from where he now stood, he could live maybe another 3 or 4 days, maybe more given the abundance of nearby berries. A plan that, if we ignore its obvious faults, might provide additional opportunities to help to come along. But what good would that do to be discovered here? Beside a body, stolen goods in hand, bloated from berries, and raving about a curse that could very well not be real. No, it would most certainly be better to face one's fate now, take a dozen paces and see if life goes on, but Jesper found his legs unable to make the first step. His mind was unable to convince his limb to waste away 1/12 of his life in a single motion. Feeling desperation sink in, he hopelessly looked about him for a solution, and if by some stroke of luck the gods had heard his plea, a miracle materialized before him, and as if he found himself suddenly at the end of a fairy tale. 2 white horses and a carriage of golden trim were beside him, the answer to his immediate prayers. He laughed at his fortune and calculated the short number of paces back to the road. 4 perhaps only 3 if he jumped. He made a quick survey to see if there was anything he wished to grab before taking a plunge. He thought about removing the driver's fancy coat, as he appeared to be of some value, but the additional risk of undertaking such a task too great to chance. And so after a profound breath, he took his second, third, and fourth steps, though they were quite large. Seated now behind the horses, he reached for the reins and suddenly realized that he was still gripping the effigy. If the curse was real, then it would most certainly be better left here. If, on the other hand, the story was fictitious, there might be some appraisal that could be made of the figure. It was, after all, found within a lockbox whose typical function secures objects of value. Having witnessed firsthand the horrors of destitution, Jesper found his mind equally reluctant to allow his hand to let go. If it is cursed, I die. If not today, then tomorrow. And if I die, what care have I? And with that statement said aloud to the horses, seemingly Jesper took up the reins with confidence. Below the Black Bridge, Miller awoke to some light nudging from a familiar foot. Only one person would have the cheek to awaken her in such ill-mannered fashion. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, she glared up at him in the darkness, but did not say a word, and nudged her again, teasing, and stepped back into the dim. After taking a moment to adjust to the darkness of the cave, Miller remembered she was on third watch today, quietly collecting her thoughts and wits. Miller turned as she left. Waving to her young friend, who was more than likely already asleep, she crept through the cavern's main passage, careful not to wake the sleeping bandits around her. Like a hero in a book, she often mused. Quietly, she grabbed a bow from the haphazardly formed pile of weapons, shaking the accompanying quiver in the darkness to assess how many arrows it held. She then walked toward the sun-drenched mouth of the cave, ready to start her shift. Above her, in one of the trees, in one of the few trees found in the canyon, Miller could see that Ravia was already posted. She waved, and Ravia waved back, calling out to each other, strictly forbidden. Anything louder than a gesture in the canyon was forbidden. When Miller reached the tree, Ravia lowered a braided rope and pointed to the ground behind her. Miller turned, following the finger, and saw a pail of water resting beside a nearby log. She turned back to Ravia, nodded, and secured the pail to her rope. The pail went up first, and in turn Miller followed. Ravia reached across the grabbed the water. Miller leaned back to give her space. There was not much room for maneuvering in this tree post. A necessary concession for the concealment the outpost demanded. Ravia tilted the pail up to her mouth, dramatically illustrating how thirsty she had been. Miller laughed silently as water poured out, splashing over onto Ravia's face. It was a bit too daring and noisy of a joke, and had others been around, they would have certainly have been scolded for unwarranted sound. But Miller appreciated the efforts Ravia took to verbalize the silence in the morning. They had been on third watch together over a month, and during the speechless time, their friendship had grown into something special. Affection was unsurprisingly scarce among the unholy hounds. The camaraderie before, of course, meant to seen ever. From their elevated vantage, the girls could see both the concealed entrance of the cavern as well as the clear view of the bridge that spanned across the canyon. Black Bridge was the link between the gentry lands and the northern mountains, and the overpass that connected Orris and Reddington. To the city-faring travelers of the realm, the bridge was an unavoidable crossing, and the day task was to ensure the travelers passed by without stopping. At night, the task was to ensure they do. Like most of her band, Miller preferred the night. The biting glare of the sun might be tolerable to farmhands and bricklayers, but to cavern-housed bandits, it was a source of constant annoyance. In the day, there was no shroud to conceal her expressions, nor to hide her thoughts. She felt exposed. Ravia touched her elbow and pointed up. Miller, striving to suppress a budding smile, slowly shook her head in response. There were many signs the unholy hounds used in lieu of words, but the two of them had developed an extended vocabulary. Gestures quietly forged in the shared solitude of their month among the branches. She watched as Ravia shifted, placing her palms flat on the floorboards beneath them. Miller knew what she was trying to say, but shook her head a second time. It was often more fun to pretend not to understand. Ravia rolled her eyes and turned away, looking back to the canyon. Squinting through the leaves, the two girls held still, watching and listening It was not long until Miller, too, heard the sounds of approach. Ravia held up two bent fingers, and a few moments later, two men emerged from the bridge's southern end. They were dressed in a familiar uniform, long gray coats with black facings, white waistcoats, and black tricorn hats. They belonged to the local patrol, the Black Guard. Although not an everyday occurrence, their presence at Black Bridge wasn't an unusual sight. It typically indicated an important traveler's impending passage across the bridge, information that the girls would promptly relay to their leaders as soon as the coast was clear. But this report, while exciting, was rarely acted upon. In Miller's 5 years of the Unholy Hound, she had never once seen a carriage taken upon in open daylight when the Blackguard was nearby. Hey, Ash, how are you? How are you? How was your weekend? Is the Prince in the Blue Man group yet? I think he's getting close. I am doing one bonus stream of this today, and then I'm probably going to start Expedition 33 tomorrow and probably play this on stream a little bit less, but I might still play it off stream some. I'm not done with it, but I do need to kind of get on with some other games because we got Night Rain coming out at the end of the month. So I'm trying to make whatever progress I can today, and we'll see how we go with streams of it. But I'm still figuring shit out. The men had nearly reached the bridge's north end when Miller heard the horses, faintly at first, but growing louder with each passing moment. Ravia's eyes met Miller's. Same concern mirrored in each other's expression. This did not sound like typical carriage. Cautiously approaching the bridge to cross, instead of the familiar crunch of the high road's gravel, they heard the harsh clattering of hoofbeats against stone. Both girls quickly redirected their attention downwards, looking through the foliage. The sounds were not coming from the high road, but from the canyon itself. The horses were coming from below the bridge. In an instant, Miller had knocked an arrow and drawn her bow. Go. Ravia was gone before the whisper had even left Miller's mouth. The young scout was already sliding down the bank below, racing toward the cave. There was no road that ran below the canyon. There was no reason for numerous horses to be approaching their cave. There was only one reasonable conclusion, that both girls had reached it instantly. The base had been compromised. This was a Blackguard attack. The moment the horses came into view, Miller let loose her first arrow. She was surprised to see a carriage. She had expected cavalry. Before she even finished processing that thought, her second arrow was in the air. Without a trail, it would be unthinkable for a carriage to traverse such rough terrain. Yet she watches the wheels jolted over a rocky riverbed. Weekend's been good, doing some late spring cleaning all weekend. Hope you had a good weekend too. Yeah, nice. No, it's not been like an interesting weekend or anything, but I took my mom out for like a belated Mother's Day thing, since normal Mother's Day is always kind of busy. So I took her out for lunch and then had mostly a work-filled day, but yeah, today I wanted to get a bonus stream in before I get back to finishing any other work for the rest of the weekend. But yeah, like I said, I'm looking forward to trying out Expedition 33 tomorrow at the start of next week. We have some more Convergence planned. Charlie and I are probably going to do like 1 or 2 more weeks of Convergence and then take a break from it because Night Rain will be coming out. So we are planning to just at least try to finish the base game and then return to our Convergence playthrough kind of sometime during or after Night Rain, I guess. We haven't exactly figured it out yet, but we'll probably be switching things up a little bit in a couple of weeks or after a couple of weeks. A third arrow was now in flight, and there would be no need for a fourth. The driver slumped over just moments before the vehicle dipped into a small ditch. Slamming into an embankment, the force of this sudden halt immediately shattered the front two wheels and catapulted the driver from his seat. Utterly confused now, Miller quickly glanced over her shoulder to see if any horses were also approaching from the rear. So anyways, I have Expedition 33 downloaded, but I haven't gotten to it yet. Yeah, same here. I've had it installed for like a week or so now with the intention of playing it, but obviously I've been just stuck on the blueprints grind and then just occasionally playing Convergence with Charlie like once a week, so that's kind of been where I've been at. Down in the canyon, the entire horde of the unholy hounds came spilling forth from the earth as if hell itself had suddenly sprung open. The group seemed even more bewildered than Miller, half asleep and tripping over one another in a desperate attempt to engage an unseen enemy in combat. Miller could see Ravia among their number, the only one looking up at her. Her expression was chilling. There would be no need for silent gesture to convey what they both now realized: they had made a mistake. The gang's chieftain, Joffrey Heartslasher, led the others, cautiously approaching the crashed carriage like a suspicious fox would near a baited trap. There were no words exchanged as the group crept forward in customary silence. A dozen or so paces in front of the wreckage lay their far-flung driver, an arrow protruding from his broken body, and beside him a blood-stained effigy carved from stone. Miller was inconsolable. Jesper had always been her favorite. He had always shadowed her in the night, clinging to the hems of her every move, the way a child tails behind an older sibling. Tender-hearted, she had always called him, though deep down she had known that wasn't quite true. His appearance of gentleness concealed a raw, resilient durability that emerged in the most perilous of situations. He had been a flower among the nettles of this cave, but he had still had thorns, honed by a grim past and a hundred hands of misfortune. They buried him in the darkness in the back of one of the larger cavern rooms. He was interred with a berry basket and a silk handkerchief that he had treasured. The mysterious effigy they had found beside him served as a distinguished gravestone, a marker that stood out as somewhat special among the rows of similar swords marking neighboring plots. No one spoke, not even in whispers. There was nothing to say. Oh, there's a Orinda Oris sigil there. Not that necessarily means much for us, but the mysterious effigy they had found beside him. Oh, I already read that. Okay. Miller awoke the next day to a thunderous shaking and rattling of the earth, a far cry from the playful nudging of the previous day. She strained to adjust her eyes, but the choking sting of stirred up dust caused her to flinch. Panic was also in the air. The sounds of scurried footsteps and clattering feet filled the space around her, but even in alarm, the silence was louder. What was it that sounded so strange? Miller closed her eyes tight and used her feet to guide her along the passage. The whispers around her were getting louder. Louder and intense voices could be heard ahead, louder speech than she had ever heard spoken in the canyon. A growing dread grew as Miller approached the mouth of the cave, her eyes now open wide despite the dust. Shouldn't it be day? Miller felt a hand in the darkness pulling at her. It was Ravia. The two embraced, and Miller did not need to see her to understand. Ravia placed two bent fingers against Miller's cheek, and with that touch against her face, Miller felt the same sinking feeling from the previous day. Two bent fingers confirmed what Miller had suspected. The girls had forgotten to relay one critical piece of information to the others. An hour or so later, the screams began, blood-curdling cries of hopeless desperation. Captain Fodrick Lee of the Blackguard looked down from the ridge of the canyon to the collapsed entrance to the cave. He grinned. Now they speak. Okay, so Jesper got cursed by the figure, and unfortunately for all of his friends, he brought that cursed thing back to their hideout, which I guess in turn probably cursed all of them, maybe, and might have been the general cause for the Blackhand or Blackguard attack there. But okay, so we've now read all that. We have pictures of everything, so we can finally move on. That was super long. That is by far the longest book I have read in the game so far. What am I even doing at this point? We've been reading so much, I don't know what to do. I guess I would like a wine cellar for gems, but just give me a commissary. We're still pretty early in here. And yeah, so we still have the blessing of the monk for several days. We've got to see if we can get some of these other doors open. We have a shovel available. We'll take the salt shaker, I guess. We'll just buy some gems and keys, I think. So we're likely to not really have money for much else. Or to need it. I mean, we need it for... do we want an aquarium? Maybe? Maybe not, though. Let's just do a den. That was a dig spot for a second there. Just the base of a lamp. Second observatory means an extra star. I feel like having the duplicate observatories could be useful for getting our stars back up kind of quickly, at least, so we might as well. I don't think having a second inkwell does anything, but I could be wrong. Maybe it'll let me use it twice or something somehow. It'd be kind of weird, though, because I think you can just keep using it. I guess give me the nook here. More keys. I'd like a security room, please. Parlor. I don't like where this parlor is, but I think I might just do it anyway. Obviously the passageway would still give us some connections, but I'm just gonna do the parlor and then backtrack. Nice if we still had the dancer blessing to rotate it, but that's alright. Okay. Also, what do we start with? I completely forgot to look. We got the watering can and the power hammer are what we kept from the moon pendant. Alright, the gems are in this box. The gems are in a box next to this box. The gems are in the blue box. Okay. If this is true, then this is also true, but then this is also true. So that can't be the case because you have 3 truths. So the gems are definitely not in the blue box, and this is definitely false. So this one, unless the gems are in the white box, then this one theoretically would be true. They would just be in the black box, but let's see. So these two have to be... Wait. If these are both false, that makes this false too. That doesn't work. Hold on. Let me think about this again. The gems are in this box. If that's true, then this is also true. And this is also true. So you have 3 truths. That can't be the case. So this should be false. But that would also make this false. Okay, that doesn't mean this is false, though. This can still be true. It just means they'd be in the black box. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think I just confused myself. They're probably just in the black box, then. Because, yeah, if this was false, or this has to be false, but then if we made it so that this was also false, then we'd have 3 falses. So this one has to be true, which means it has to be in the black box. Let's backtrack. Yeah, I'm really hoping to like Expedition 33. I'm assuming I will. I have not played anything JRPG-ish on stream in quite a while, I think. Treasure map. Hopefully we can give a try the whole corridor or bedroom thing that we've had the idea for a while. So position 6-4. So that's here. We can try to put a corridor or a bedroom there. That would be nice. I still don't know if digging in either of those rooms will get us anything. It's just that it's the only idea that I have at this point for what the aquarium thing could possibly mean. I guess I'll take another workshop here. Although the study might have been a better choice. I accidentally lost my gem bracelet. I wasn't thinking a couple runs ago, and I forgot to recode check it. I knew that would happen eventually, but I'm still mad that I did that. I was just in a rush and not thinking, because I didn't have a lot of steps. Let's try to save the corridor and the bedroom, both, for the options to do that. So I guess we'll go drawing room here. And we'll go to the left first to see what we can draft from here after we solve the thingy. Kitchen might be good for some food options in the long run. We can still come back up through the dining room, but having the dining room on a low rank also kind of makes is not great, because we'll have to backtrack a lot to get back to it. So I think having the kitchen to just pre-buy some food is probably not a bad idea. We do have the salt shaker, which is kind of nice at least. Sure, we'll go bacon and eggs and club sandwich both. We'll save the rest for now. And then let's go up from here, I guess. There's security. I don't like that we're kind of cutting off the foundation like that, but I still really need this, so we'll just go ahead and take it. We still don't have the key card since we didn't end in a break room, so we need to make the security system low for now. Experiment going. should also look at the staff service thingy just to see if there's any new announcements. No. That's the same. All right. Unseal an antechamber door could be good for where we have stuff today. Maybe we want to do the crate stuff though still, because we're really trying to make progress with that. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems, whenever you next 3 times you open a locked trunk, whenever you draft a shop room. I don't know, maybe we focus on the antechamber thing today since we have 2 antechamber rooms. Whenever you spend 2 or more gems, draft a shop room. These are not great options though, but let's just go with the... How many shop rooms do we have right now? Because I can't look. We have the commissary and the kitchen, I think is it so far. So we're likely to draft other ones. Let's just go with that for now. And we'll hold off on the crates thing for the moment until we get some hopeful stuff today. Let's see what else we're able to get. All right, let's see if we can get something to connect here. Definitely don't need the basement key. Oh, that's not the room that I thought it was. Do we redraw? I guess we could put the corridor here, but I really want to try to get it, either it or the bedroom up over here, so... Let's take the quest bedroom, I guess. It's a bad cutoff, but... Just go ahead and do it. Try to get lots of extra steps at least. I meant to come this way. Okay, that does cut us off from the kennel, but that's okay. I don't know if we need to go in there right now. We can backtrack to it when we try to go to the dining room. So yeah, let's just go ahead and do this. Get some even more gems. Some gems. So far, the trunk would have been useful if we had gone with trunks instead of shops, but hopefully some other shops will still come up. Such, but... do we dead-end ourselves with a locksmith, or do we hope to get like a gift shop or something on a redraw? I think let's focus on getting the antechamber doors open. So I'm gonna do something a little probably stupid and just do the locksmith now. We still have 2 reroll dice. Special key, please. Secret garden, perhaps, for some more lever. Nope, just silver key. I mean, I guess I'll take it. Give me the lockpick kit, too. Okay, let's get out of here. And I think maybe we should backtrack. I mean, we need to backtrack to get to the foundation anyway. Yeah, I guess let's hold off on the dining room stuff for now. I wonder if we make it to this other antechamber, if the quest bedroom will still work, because we technically already made it to 1 antechamber, so... and which I probably should not have walked into, just in, you know, for the possibility of getting 2 allowance increases, but it's not the end of the world. It'd be cool if that worked, like, retroactively, like, where if you left and came back to the antechamber, that the allowance tokens would just show up anyway, but I don't think it does. I guess I will take a chapel. We don't really care about the money that much right this second. So we're trying to get 4-6. Sorry, no. Rank 6, position 4 is up here, so we need to go north twice from here. I swear no items ever show up in here anymore. I feel like breaking Sir Oinks-a-Lot made it so that shit just never appears here anymore. Silver key, I guess. Slightly better chances of getting where we want to go. This counts as a shop, technically, so let's do that. counts as a lot of, it counts as all different types of rooms. And that unlocks the doors for us. Okay, we can put a bedroom here. That's one of the things we wanted. We want the corridor too. We'll have to do that on another time. But hopefully digging in, I know I'm a monster for breaking the pig. To be fair, I did it on a day where I really needed money. Now, at the point I am at in the game now, I have so much money, I definitely didn't really need to do that, but for so much more money. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. So bedroom is one, corridor is the other, but I just have to see if digging in either of these rooms does anything. And this is the only way I know how to dig in them, so this is the only time we've been able to make this work. So do we get anything special, or is it just going to be more money / gems? Oh, okay, it is something special. What the fuck is this? Baron Bafflers. Oh wait, I think, didn't we read about this in I think it's in the newspaper in the morning room talks about this, or one of the newspapers you can find somewhere does. Directions. Each clue is a hint for 2 different words. The word below the long word and a second smaller word found within that word, the small word. What? Each letter in the small word will be included in the next clue's long word. Lastly, the first letter of each small word forms this week's solution, a member of the 6th clue. Okay. Does this change if you do this multiple times? I would hope not, because getting this to happen once took a very specific set of circumstances, and I wasn't expecting it at all, so... Kept behind locked doors. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Yeah, the directions are a little bit cryptic. It just says each clue is a hint for 2 different words. So I think they mean to say that this is 2 words. Not like word space word, but as in like it spells out one long word, and then in the boxes in between there's a second word that you can make out of that. The word below the long word and the second smaller word found within that word. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just, you know, it said below initially, and I was like, below what? And they just mean below the hint part. And then it says each letter in the small word will be included in the next clue's long word. So the 3 letters found here should be included somewhere in this long word. And then the first letter of each one of these small words spells out the answer, I guess, the whole answer. Kept behind locked doors. Kept behind locked doors. What is kept behind? There's all kinds of things you can keep behind locked doors. Already on the first one, I'm like a little puzzled. Because it's not treasure, it's not secret. I mean, it could be secret, but then CRE doesn't really mean anything. Found the Baron Bafflers. Yeah, I remember reading about this. I just didn't really I didn't really know what to find here. I just thought that the aquarium, it shows the corridor. I think it's the corridor anyway, and it shows the bedroom. That one I'm sure about. And I was like, well, you have to dig in the other 3 rooms that it shows to get the whole archive thing happening. So it's like the patio, the laundromat, and then, you know, to get the 2 keys for the archive filing cabinet. And then it showed in the other 2 aquarium tanks the bedroom and what I think is the corridor, but you can't normally dig in them and there's no X spotted. So I was like, well, maybe, you know, I've tried clicking on them with stuff to break in them. I thought maybe you had to break the vases in the corridor. I thought maybe you had to do something. And I was like, well, the only thing I can think of other than that we haven't been able to try ever is to be able to dig in those rooms. And the only way I can think of to be able to dig in those rooms is if you have a treasure map. So apparently, I'm guessing that's what the clue is for. I mean, it seems like it because we got something special. So that would seem to suggest that maybe there's another one of these or some other special treasure if we get the corridor, but we'd have to do that on another day if we get lucky like we did today. Okay. If we meta-knowledge this a little, it could be crowns, as a crown is kept behind a locked door in the manor. That's true. And obviously own would be a word that fits. Let me open my notes. I forgot to open them. And we can write down some possibilities here just so I'm not forgetting. So I'll throw that down here. Crowns is a possibility. What else would be kept behind locked doors? Property doesn't fit. Valuables doesn't fit. People, I guess, but that doesn't really spell a word in the middle. Let's see. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. These clues are meant to be little brain teasers, I guess, but they just seem so vague. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Like, obviously, if you solve the first one, it should theoretically be easier to solve the next one because you should know that those 3 letters of the first one's small word should be in the overall clue. But it's a matter of being able to, you know, to do that in the first place. Like, we could try crowns. My problem is that I think of words that might not be relevant. I mean, honestly, for this one, I don't know how easy it's going to be for me to solve it. Especially if we're talking, like, if this is going to end up being more play on word type shit, and it's not, like, something more direct. Like, what else? What do you keep behind locked doors, you know? And it's something that you would say is, like, a statement or whatever. That's like, the little brain teaser. So it might not even be a thing you would think of to keep behind locked doors. You just, you know, you would say something as like, I don't know, like if you were to think of it as like a saying, then it would be a word and a saying if it was a play on words. But I don't know what that would be. I guess I should look at some of the other ones. Maybe I can figure that one out. Informs you that there's no school today. On a certain scale, this is very hot. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Honestly, at this point, I'm okay with some assistance from chat on this one because I feel like it's not going to be straightforward. If I solve one of the other ones on my own, I might be able to solve the rest of it. But I'm okay with a little bit of if people have ideas to throw in there, because it may not be correct anyway. But this feels very vague to me. I did say people earlier for the locked doors. The only word... like the word convict fits, but the small word doesn't work. But then there's also, you can't do prisoner, but there's inmate, and I feel like inmate kind of fits. If we're talking like jails. Oh, you thought of inmate too? Okay. Maybe that's what it is then. Yeah, I mean, at least mat is a word. And then the second clue, I was thinking of alcohol, right? So maybe there's a drink or something, but can greatly affect when... It's not the word alcohol. It's obviously not wine. It's not spirits. Like whiskey, maybe? Depending on the spelling you use of whiskey, because sometimes people use an E or no E. The only... well, yeah, with mat in it, though, then it wouldn't be whiskey. Martini. Well, there's martini. Martini. Yeah, that fits. Right? Martini. Yeah. And then that would be art. All right, let me write these down just in case those are correct. Because crowns could still be a possibility, but I don't know if alcohol is anything to do with the second one. I don't know what to do with own, because I can't think of like anything else for that. But let me just put inmate / mat next to that line. And then maybe it's martini and art. Like I said, whiskey, Whiskey would fit, but if you spell it without the E, because like I said, depending on where you're from, you spell that one way or the other. And again, like that would have the word his in it, but then that doesn't really have anything to do with inmate or crowns, really. So it would end up being a different word up here. But I'll still note it down just in case that's a possibility. All right, well, assuming that the first two are correct, inmate martini makes the validity of a statement clear. So art is in the next word. Yeah, just the letters have to be in there somewhere, not in the same formation. I'm trying to think too, like it says that the clue is a hint for two different words, not just one word that has another word in it. So the clue has to apply to two different things, technically. So for kept behind locked doors, inmate makes sense. Does mat make sense? I don't know. I guess it technically does, if you think about it being on the other side of the door you're on, because you would have like a welcome mat on the outside, like in front of your front door. Maybe you have a mat just inside the door too, like, to wipe your feet on or something. But depending on which side of the door you're on, it's behind a locked door. So I guess technically mat fits. I still don't know if that's perfect, but... and then can affect one greatly when made by someone with strong spirit, I think does make sense, because if you're thinking of spirits in the alcohol sense, then martini kind of works. But then art, when made by someone with a strong spirit, in other words, passionate, or whatever, they're a good artist, then you could feel more affected by their art, I suppose, right? So we have to think about how these apply to two different words, except I think for the small word it's going to be really vague, almost to the point of it being a stretch, because those first two feel like a stretch, assuming we were even correct on those, because we might not be. Sorry, we might be here a while. But I want to get this solved if I can. It's been a while since we've had like concrete, something, a new puzzle to solve that was like a direct puzzle. A certain scale, this is very hot. I would assume it's not just the word hot in there. It's probably something else. On a scale. Maybe there's a number involved. I still don't know what to do about the statement. Makes a statement clear. Informs you that there's no school today. Well, why would there be no school? Probably because of weather, usually snow. There can sometimes be other reasons why school will be canceled, but most of the time, if school is getting canceled, at least around here, it would just be because of inclement weather, usually just because of snow. So could it be something with snow in the word? Probably not. What about ice, though? Ice would fit in the three. Well, it would fit the small clue if ice is like there. Oh, what about notice? Like a notice, a notification? You would notify people that there's no school? Yeah, notice. I think that works. Ice is a reason you would cancel school, technically due to cold weather, snow, etc. And you would notify people. I don't know. Notice is kind of, you would receive a notice to inform you that there's no school today, and ice could be the reason why. All right, let me just put that down as an option because I feel like that fits. Notice. It's a possibility. Let's see if we can make anything sense of the final one then. Ice would have to be in the last bit, though. Ice. Ice, baby. Honestly, feel free to shout out ideas. Like, if you know the answers, maybe don't just say them, but like if you think you might know, I don't mind the help with this. These are so vague. I don't know that it's gonna be something I can easily solve within the next, 20 minutes. We might be here a long while. I only have an idea of the third one because you said notice. Yeah, throw it in there. It would have to have the letters from notice in there somewhere. Notary would fit. Oh, wait, for the third one? Oh, you did say the third. For some reason, I thought you said fourth one. Because, yeah, we got notice down here. For this one, notary. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Well, not saying not this is certainly a way of making it clear that it's not that thing. You know, in that it is therefore not valid. So you're making clear the validity of it. Notary. A notary is someone who, like, makes your documents official. I don't remember, like, the strictest definition of a notary, but, like, as the occupation, they would be able to professionally validate your documents if you need things like signed, stamped, whatever, to make them official. So certain people need to visit notaries. So if a statement therefore has like a declaration or a certificate, like I don't know what all things you need to have notarized these days, but like birth, death certificates, marriage certificates, licenses, etc. Sometimes you have to take those things to notaries to have them notarized, which is what officially makes them valid. So I guess that fits. I'll certainly put it in. Notary / not. Okay, well then maybe we can figure out the fourth one more easily because we have the ones that surround it. So notary and not, and then notice and ice. So that gives us the letters NOT and ICE. Or no, sorry, not ICE. NOT have to be in this somewhere. And then some of the other letters from notice would have theoretically been in this as well. Probably not just NOT, although it could have been. But we know at least not is in there somewhere. Probably another vowel if I had to guess, so either the I or the E would make sense. On a certain scale, this is very hot. If it is the E, I was thinking of the word note a bunch, but obviously I don't think it's going to be anything to do with a note, but 10, TEN, is a number on a scale. Boiled? I don't think it would be boiled, no. But 10 is a number, and if that were to go at the end here, you could have molten, because that would be hot, and it's a number on a scale. Like you would consider a 10 on a 1 out of 10 of a scale of heat, I guess, could be considered hot. Does that work? Molten 10. Yeah, it does contain not. And then the 10 going down would be what you need for notice and ice, right? Because notice contains 10 TN in it, or NTE. Okay, so yeah, maybe, I think we're on the right track here. I think it is inmate, well, at least for what we've been able to fit. Inmate Matt, Martini Art, Notary Not, Molten 10, Notice Ice. Okay, hold on. It said the first letter of each one. Maybe we can just guess what this is. Maybe we have enough info. So that would be MANTI. Mantis? Is it mantis? Like an insect? I don't know what else manti would be. Mantic? Mantia? I'm trying to make sure I'm not for just like skipping a letter that would give it a completely different meaning. Manteo. Insect, I mean? Oh, you mean for the last word? Oh, I wasn't even thinking that. I meant the whole word mantis. Because like this would be M-A-T, so M. Art, so A. Notice, so N, M-A-N. 10 would be T. Ice would be I. So you have man-T. So I just figured the last one might be S for mantis, because I'm not sure what else to put there. Manti? Mantid? Mantis is the only thing that makes sense to me. Unless there's a name or something. But you guys are saying insect. So I wasn't even thinking about this, but a group of members that have similar characteristics. I guess an insect or sect would work. I mean, it fits INSECT. At least with it staying as mantis. If mantis is the clue. What the fuck do I do with that then? All right, well, I have a picture of this, so I can come back to it if we're completely wrong. But if we are wrong, we found a way to at least solve it completely incorrectly. Because I'm not really sure what else to put on there. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. Yeah, like a sect makes sense. I was kind of thinking like cult or occult would fit as like the total word. But cult members aren't specifically similar characteristics. Also, occult I don't think fits really the overall clue. It's all based on the inmates, I feel. So if that's wrong, then everything is wrong. Yeah, but I don't know what else to put there. Because secret doesn't make any sense. I was thinking of the word sealed because I was going with the play on words thing before. I was like, sealed behind locked doors. In which case you would have ale, right? SEALED. Then I don't know what the next one would be, because again, if it was related to alcohol, you would have ALE. But I don't know what sort of drink / whatever that would make. I don't know. It's in my notes. I'm just gonna leave it there for now. We have a picture. I can't type anything. What would have been nice with the magnifying glass here is if they had given you like an extra little clue here, a hint, just in like text that had been written and then erased, like if there was just one letter to start you off or something, just so you knew you were on the right track. Because without that, we're just stabbing in the dark here as to whether or not that's correct. I hope so. It was cool to find this regardless, but now once again I've spent a long time looking at a document and I've kind of lost track of what the fuck I was doing. I guess we're trying to reach the antechamber and we're trying to open up shop rooms to make that even more likely, because we have 2 antechambers. So I guess we just continue. Boudoir would probably, or not boudoir, the passageway would probably be good here. People could work on the first one too, but opal isn't a word. Yeah. Well, not OPL anyway. Opal is a word. OPAL, but we have an experiment already. You might want to redraw for like a dead end room here. That's just more useful. I guess just give me the indoor nursery. I hate that I'm spending a gem on it, but we can get a gem because of the watering can. So, and if we draft any more green rooms, we can come back. So get extra gems here. So that's something at least. We do have a lot of steps. I don't have a fucking key card still. Shit. was hoping to get one when I got the special key from the locksmith, but it was not a key card, so... we don't really need the boiler room or the pool all that bad. The pool would have some trunks in it that we can unlock for, like, more keys and gems, or possibly a key card. That might be better than the hallway at this point. So let's just see if we get lucky with a key card, maybe. Probably not, because I feel like these chests never contain items like that. It's always just gems and keys and coins. But whatever. Still useful items. Courtyard, we can dig in. Do we have a kennel? We do. And there's our dining room. That should open up the door, so we don't need a key card for that. That's good. Maybe we are the mantis. Assuming the word is mantis, what do we do now? Find a bloody mantis in the damned manor? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can type it on a terminal and see what happens. I'm not really sure what to do with it. Okay, well, I guess we'll just take the casino here so we have an entry. And this door is open. Oh, and it because this is a shop room, another door opened. Okay, I was like, huh? We could certainly gamba for some more money if we want, but I should probably keep the broken lever in case we come across something to use it on. For now, we have the quest bedroom, so let's see if the token shows up now. It does. Okay, that's good. Maybe it'll retroactively show up in the other one. It seems all three of those doors are open, so we should just find a way to open the one down below and see if that opened all the ones in the outer room too. We can still make it back to the dining room for more steps, so let's explore a little bit first. The closed exhibit is a bad idea right now because we don't have a key card. I'm gonna redraw. That kind of blows a little bit, but I guess we'll take the major key. Maybe it'll somehow be a key card. It is not. You know, if we can, I want to see if we can draft the secret garden over here on the other edge and see if all of the levers appear to be down. Because if they are, then that should mean that the levers are still redundant and we don't have to open them all for both antechambers. If we can get there. We can still come through these, I think, assuming that they're not locked, which they shouldn't be. So do we want to... The attic could also have a key card. Let's take the attic. I'm gambling a little bit here. I tell you, it's so nice to start with a fucking key card. That this whole Blessing of the Monk thing is cool and all, but like, it hurts to not have a key card every day anymore. Not that you're always guaranteed to have a break room, obviously, but that was kind of a shitty attic if I'm being honest here. Okay, let's go down to the aquarium. There should be a dig spot in the aquarium that I think I already dug anyway, but so if there was a keycard door in there, then it should just already be open. Unless I didn't dig. Okay, we did. Sauna for extra steps. What do we want from this? Maybe we should try to get the secret garden, in which case, well, we have to dig from here. So we can't use the secret garden key on that. Thank you. The greenhouse would be another lever possibility. It'll theoretically just show as down already, though, because these antechamber doors are open at least. I just don't know if the ones down below are also open or not. Let's take a conference room. Give me a secret garden so I can confirm. Okay, I was hoping for a locked door there. Just give me the spare green room so we have at least one more chance at the secret garden. There we go. That'll put a bunch of fruit in the conference room as well, so that's useful. Should have plenty of steps to go investigate whether or not the other door or the other antechamber has opened up to anything for us. Which we will quickly look here. So that lever is down. Let's just see if the other lever is also down, because the other one will be the one that's redundant technically. They should theoretically be both down, but it just depends on if using this specific setup with the Blessing of the Monk, does the game treat the antechamber as 8 doors or still 4, and they every time you open one it opens the extra one as well. Because again, I would not put it past the developer to make it harder to open all 8 doors when you have this sort of setup. Okay, it is down, so in theory they should be open then, I would think. I'd be a little surprised if they weren't. Let's continue drafting for a minute just to see what else we get. Conservatory might have use for us. Let's see. Woof, woof. Making the kitchen, it's already commonplace. East Wing Hall we can make as a standard, I think is a good idea. This is already commonplace, I think that's fine. Was hoping for some rarer rooms that we could have made less rare, but I don't think the East Wing Hall needs to be commonplace. We'll just keep it as standard. A showroom could give us another chance at the Emerald Bracelet. I just don't know if we have the money for it. And if there happens to be another antechamber door, I guess the room 46 one was, so we did want that after all. That should count. There's no Emerald Bracelet, sadly, but we could get the Moon Pendant, I guess. Let's just buy that. To possibly keep some stuff for later. Let's go grab the crown in that case, in case we want to be able to keep it for the next day. It might randomize to that one. Okay, so now that we've done all that, let's quickly see what this is going to be, I guess. And we will then make our way into the conference room to eat all the fruit that's there. Office. We could put more money in the conference room. Do we want more money? I mean, I guess if we want to buy, like, the silver spoon or something. We don't really need the cloister for any particular reason. Just give me the office. We don't really need to buy the silver spoon, but, you know, just to ensure that we have as many steps as we could ever possibly want, we could just do it. Really quickly, let me just look at emails here in case anything new came up. Oh, I should also try putting Mantis in here just to see if it does anything. Electronic mail. Nothing new here. Right, that's not... Yeah, we already learned about that. Just quickly check. I think we checked this already. Yeah, we did today. All right, return. Log out. Let's just see if putting Mantis into this does anything. Probably won't, but... Nope. Let's try with all caps just in case. Okay, so Mantis doesn't act as a network login. You could try it in the grotto to see if it does anything, but I don't know that that would do anything either. We're going to be going out that way, so we'll see. I'm not sure if Mantis means anything to us. It may not. All right, let's head back to the conference room. It's probably a clue for something, right? Like, I don't know why, unless the Baron's Bafflers thing is maybe just meant to just show you a way that you can solve something else later. Or if the corridor also can be dug up via the treasure map, maybe there's something that Mantis will give us a clue for there on that side. I meant to buy the silver spoon, but we really don't need it, though. Let's just go. I mean, I don't know. I guess we might as well get it because we could randomize into carrying it into the next day, and it is kind of valuable for that, so always good to have extra steppies. We're not going to have a lot of money, so might as well. The master key would have been potentially even better, but anyway, on our way out, I guess we'll stop and see what's connected to the chapel here, but that's, and you know, as we go back up through the dining room and kennel and whatnot, we can look there too, but not really much else going on there. But yeah, the other room depicted, so we got the bedroom, that one's obvious. The one that's not obvious is this one, but I'm pretty sure it's the corridor. We've already drained this and everything, but there was no X visible in this spot. It just looks like the corridor. The chair is the wrong color. The orientation of these things don't exactly make sense, but none of the other hallways really seem to fit. Unless we can, it's like a hallway or something we can, with the blessing of the monk, get into the outer room or something and do something with from there, possibly. But I don't know. I just don't know. We could end the day in the break room. We should probably end the day somewhere else, though. But I think I'll just go ahead and draft a break room anyway, just for the option to do it. I guess we'll just go ahead and do this quick. Right, so we have to do this. I think it's inside, then out. Yes. Okay. So 18. Do we... I guess we do these first. So it would be 20. Do you reverse it in the same step and make it 02? Plus 1. Round to the nearest 10 is 10, I guess, unless it's 0. It's probably 10, in which case it goes back to 1. Plus 1. Is it just 1? No, it's not. Okay, this is confusing. How many times do I need to do the same thing? Maybe I do these and then do it, not after each one. 18, 19 is still 20. Which would be 2, but then to the nearest 10. Unless you treat that as 0. I don't know. Yeah, we could end in room 46. I was thinking about that too. We might just do that next. 2 plus 1 is... Or 0 plus 1. Well, it can't be 0, because we can't end with 0. So I think you round up, maybe, in this case. Did we try that already? Hold on, sorry. I'm getting lost in the sauce. Do we do this for each step, or is it after? Because if it's 18, then we would, we would reverse them first, so it would be 81, and then we would go to just 80. Plus, I don't know why I was thinking the other way around. I was going 20 and then reversing it. So 80 instead, plus 1 is 81, which goes back to 8. Do we reverse it first? Yeah. then add 1? Or do we reverse the 1 and add them together? This is what I mean. The steps get confusing. Let's assume for the moment it's just 80. The only possible answer would be at the end of that would be 8, so I don't think that's correct either. Because 81 rounded would be 80. Plus 1, whether you're rounding the 1, it's just 0, or it's still 80, and then 1 again would just be 80 again, or just back to 8, which we tried, so it can't be that. So wait, hang on, maybe I skipped a step. 80 plus 80, reverse it. 08 plus 1. We tried 10 already, though, didn't we? So it can't be 10 either. It's the what, or like, how many times do I need to do this step? Because I know this is reverse the numbers. So like if this is 18 to start, if we were to start with 18, if it's 1, if we start with the 1, then you can't really reverse 1. It's just still 1. Unless you treat it as 0, 1, in which case it's 10, maybe. And then add that to 18, but is 18 reversed when you add it? Or do you reverse it after you add it? That's my curiosity. And then round, I don't know, because then you'd have 90. And then, I don't know. How many fucking times do we reverse it? It's so confusing. But I feel like the single digit ones you shouldn't be reversing. Like, it just shouldn't really result in something else, I think. Again, unless you're treating it as 0, 1, in which case it becomes 10, but that's still... I don't know. Try 9 really quick just in case. Alright, so it's not that. Start here like we were. It's 18. Reversed is 81. Rounded to the nearest 10 is 80. Plus 1 is 81. And then if you reverse it again, you got 18. Rounded to the nearest 10 is 20. Plus 1. Reversed is 12. Rounded to the nearest 10 is 10. We tried that already. It didn't work. This is what I mean, is like the steps are confusing. Like, how many times do I need to reverse and round before I add? Is it between each one or only after I do them both? If it's after I do them, then you would have 91, so it would be 90. After reversing and rounding. And then, because I don't think you round up automatically. I think you just round to the nearest 10, I'm pretty sure. And then adding 1 again would make it 91, so it would reverse to 0, 9. But again, rounding to the nearest 10 is just 10. So this is what I mean. Like, I'm very confused because I've tried, like, the answers I feel like it can be, and it keeps coming up wrong. Like, I'm missing how the steps are supposed to work here when you add two things on the same row, because it just like, no matter which configuration I put it in, it doesn't seem to work. All right, let me do this step by step again. 18. Let's just do them one at a time. 18. Reversed is 81. Rounded is 80. Plus 1, let's say, is still 81. Reversed again is 18. Rounded up is 20. Plus 1 is 21. Reversed is 12. Rounded again is 10. So that can't be right because we've tried it. I think we tried 20. I think that didn't work. I'm just getting very confused. There's no 0, so it can't be like, going too far down. If we're rounding the nearest 10, the only thing it can even really be is 10 or 20, but it hasn't been... Well, okay, I thought I tried 20, so... Apparently, I did not click on that the first time when I thought I did. Now I understand. I just, for some reason, I convinced myself I had done that step already and it didn't work. Either that or I misclicked. So I just got very confused. All right, let's, we didn't even need to do that, but let's walk down, come up through here, we'll check the kennel really quick because we never walked into there. And then we'll go outside. We'll try typing mantis into the grotto just for the hell of it, but it probably won't do anything. Eat this. We do have a showroom, so this is about to be 62 steps. Yes. Pet the puppy. Dig for the hell of it, I guess. I love getting to the end of a day and having a billion steps that are completely useless for the most part. But that's how it goes when you get a late silver spoon and still have food to get. All right, so we've done everything we wanted to do in here. Oh, I forgot to check the room off the dining room. I mean, I'm sure it's not going to be anything important, but we might as well check it. In case we draft something useful somehow. Not really. Can't really do anything with the corridor. I should have probably just drafted to show you what I was talking about before anyway, but... Alright, let's go check the outer antechamber to see if it opened up anything in those other doors. I hope so. We'll check the grotto and then we'll make our way back to room 46, I think, and then end the day there. Let's actually do the grotto thing first. And I'll probably have to call it a stream here pretty soon. I can't go super long today to keep it a little bit on the shorter side. But we might have time for one more kind of quick run. We'll see. And that would be like, it has to be, I think, just 5 normally, though. Let me just put mantis in a couple of different ways. I don't think it's going to be any of those. I mean, the security terminal might have something if it's special to that, because I feel like the Swansong HSS might only be doable from the security terminal, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll just keep it in my notes. I was trying to think about a couple of different things, but I think the only thing I can think to do is try to at some point dig up the floor in the corridor to see if there's something connected that comes up from that. Since the aquarium puzzle seems to relate to it, but I otherwise have no clue what to do with the word mantis, if it means anything at all. It may be that the Baron's Baffler is just a way to teach you how to do something. Like, maybe it's got something to do with the castle puzzle down below? Alright, what's the deal here? Oh, our token showed up, but it was, like, glitched sideways. That was weird. Okay, so the doors do open out here, but they're still just dead ends. However, in here, the monk room is still... Oh. Hello, sir. Steady as the scepter, deadly as the stone, heavy as the crown, ready as the throne. That looks like the same box from the Curse of the Black Bridge thing. Maybe, though, it could have something to do with the special chest that we saw in the throne room when we drafted it out here. I'm taking a picture. Uh, it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't look like the box that was in the throne room, but maybe this could still have something to do with that. Steady is the scepter, deadly is the stone. The stone effigy could be what it's talking about there. Heavy is the crown, ready is the throne. Maybe we have to draft a throne room, possibly out here even. And maybe we have to get the effigy if we can figure out how to get that box. I am aware that that box, if it's the one I'm thinking of, is something that shows up in the monk shrine. Or sorry, not the monk shrine, just the shrine in the outer room. Because I have seen it happen to Charlie. I don't know what you do with it, but presumably there's some way to open it, and perhaps inside is the effigy from the story, which I'm assuming will curse me in some way. But so what I'm thinking is we need to perhaps acquire certain items and go to the throne room, maybe? It says ready as the throne. You can't sit on the throne as far as I can tell in the throne room. But maybe if you bring certain items to the throne room, you can do something. I'm aware of 2 crowns. The blueprint, the crown of the blueprints, which we have currently in our inventory, and the red paper crown. I don't know where you get a scepter. No clue on that one. And the stone, if they're talking about the effigy, would be in this chest. Perhaps, according to the Curse of the Blackbridge story. If I'm connecting the dots. Oh, weird seeing around the outside of the antechamber like that is bizarre. Hey, at least the coins worked retroactively. That makes me think then that it might actually be possible. Like, I don't need to get the quest bedroom before I walk into the antechamber every time I do that. We don't have a throne room to check anything right now. Where would you get a scepter? I don't know what they're talking about with the scepter. I've never seen a scepter item. Unless they're talking about something that could be kind of like a scepter, like the mace or the sledgehammer. But I kind of doubt that. But there's not any new rooms we haven't found, so there must be some sort of special room thing that we can do. Maybe it's to do with the corridor digging thing, if that's a possibility still. I mean, obviously, it seems like we got something from the bedroom by doing that. It could also have more to do with the blessing of the monk. Like, it seems like drafting certain rooms out there does seem to give us good information on things. I don't know if putting room 46 out there is going to do anything, but we will end the day there just to see. But otherwise, the other found floor plans are the ones I want to try. This button. So the throne room would be a good one to try next. It does say reclaim the crown. I completely forgot that it said that. Yeah, true. The one angel, which I think is Orinda or Orindia, whichever, does have a crown and a scepter. I don't think it's a scepter I can do anything with, but maybe. We don't have a cloister here to check the one that's in the cloister, but I know you can raise and lower the one in the tomb, but that just works for the puzzle, the tomb puzzle. I don't think it does anything else beyond that. All right, let's, I guess, end the day in here just to see what happens. We're just experimenting, so, and then we'll try to do like one quick run after that. Anything else to do before we call it a day? I don't think so. We don't have like a code check or anything, so. All right, call it a day. Let's see what happens. So we should be up to 90 something, 91 maybe allowance. I think that's good. I still also need to try to clear more crates from the tunnel. We kind of like didn't do that when we had the opportunity last time because I was focusing on getting the antechamber stuff done. Oh, we kept the coin purse. I guess that's a nice start. And the shovel for free is cool. Alright, let's go see if we can draft room 46 out here or not. Mantis. Mantis. Assuming that we even have that puzzle correct, because I don't know what to do with Mantis, if that's what it is, but... I mean, it says we can do it, so I'm gonna do it. I was kind of hoping we'd get a little bit more out here by doing this. Something a little special, a little different, perhaps, but it sort of just seems the same. The clockwork... Wait, oh wait. This is different. Certified copy, property deed, Lord Arthur Clementine, Lady... Why is it... Wait a second. I need to figure out the order of this again. I should have taken a picture of this before. I think it's 2 is down here. I don't think this is right at all. I'm going to be in the completely wrong shape here. And let me consult my notes. Last time I started consulting my notes and someone was like, oh, you just have this in this reverse. So I just did it, but I should have taken a picture of that, but like as it was about to solve or something, so I could remember it. So I didn't have to remember the specific details. I could just, you know, look it up real quick. Postcard. Vera is after Morajai. Morajai is this one. This is Vera, so technically they're in the correct order on that regard. Or at least it's after it. This one is Morajai. This is a short sea voyage, which maybe it's Korarika then Morajai, or it could be from Nuance, but that doesn't seem like it would be a short trip from Nuance. It just definitely wouldn't be anywhere else further, I don't think. But we could do... switch these around, maybe. Yeah, just go ahead and tell me. I've solved this multiple times. I just don't remember the order off the top of my head. I need to put it in my notes. So I don't... If I do this again, I don't have to fucking remember it again. 1, 2, and 8 are correct. Yeah, I know these ones are, because it starts here, ends here, because they're both the 2. 3 goes where 7 is now. Okay, hold on, let me write these down before I solve it, because it'll go away again and I won't really be able to see it. So 1 and 8. Aries. 2. Raja. 3. Arch. Aries. 4 is Morajai. Okay, so I wish it would let me examine that, like, after I've completed it, because that's the thing, is, like, they just sort of makes it hard to see, anything. So, 5... 5 was, Vera, I think. 6... Kararika, I think, is the order. 7 for nuance. That might not be correct, but it's close enough. I can figure it out from there if it's not right. This is still the last will and testament, but it's still redacted there. What was the point of this? I don't understand why. Maybe the blue crown would have been there. No, because I didn't keep it. But it's not here, so it's still in the other version of the antechamber. So I'm just, or room 46, but I'm confused about the point. I mean, again, it doesn't need to really have a point. Like, obviously, it just seems like it just lets you draft whatever room you want here, and I guess room 46 is different in that it doesn't really have much going on. But what I don't understand is why then the deed is out here outside of the thing. It seems to be the same, I'm pretty sure. Let me check I have a picture of this. Let me check it to make sure it's the same. Where is that? Deed, okay. Yeah, seems to be. Or at least mostly the same. Yeah, I don't really see any differences. Satisfied of record seems to be the same. This is all the same. All the info here is the same as far as I can tell. Like, if there's something to do with like a magnifying glass on this version, maybe, but as far as I can tell, it all looks like the same text. And then the will, the last will, I think is the same still as well. I don't think there's anything different. Yeah. So anyway, I guess the reason I'm confused, like aside from it just being kind of like a way to get here early for some reason, um, what I don't understand is why the deed is sitting on the desk instead of in here where it normally is, and if there's any sort of significance to that, because there's not really anything here that I can see. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe, like I said, not every room that you draft out here maybe is going to get you something big. It's just, I'm just confused as to why this is sitting there and then nothing else is different. Like, that seems like it should be important, but I don't see anything to do with it or to glean from it. It just seems like they randomly moved it there for some reason. All right, well, let's continue with what's left of the day here, because I can't really go on for too much longer. So we have a shovel and a coin purse, okay. Conference room early is fine, I guess. Free banana. Parlor. The gems are in the white box. The other two statements are both true. The gems are not in the blue box. All right, well, this has to be false because it would otherwise assert that all 3 boxes are true. So we know that's false, which means that one of these is probably false and the other one's probably true, but let's see. The gems are in the white box. The gems are not in the blue box. They could just both be true. Which seems like the easiest way to do it is that it's just going to be in white. Because if this is false, the gems are in the white box, means they're not in the white box. The gems are not in the blue box could be true, just means they'd be in the black box. But I don't know why there's any particular reason to assume. Although, no, one of them has to be false, though. They can't both be true, because if this was true, so we have to think about this a little bit more. If this was true, all 3 boxes would be true, which can't be the case. So this has to be false, but that means that one of the other 2 boxes must be false and that the other one must be true. So we can't just treat these both as true. So again, if this is true, the gems are in the white box, but then that makes this true also, which can't be the case because this is saying that they're not in the blue box, which would be correct, which would make them both true, which can't be the case if this is false. So this one must be false. The gems are therefore not in the white box. This one must be true. The gems are not in the blue box, so they should just be in the black box. Okay. Almost jumped the gun a little bit on that one because of how I read it, but let's take a West Wing Hall here. We'll save the drawing room for a little bit. Just give me the bedroom. We don't really care about digging in the bedroom at this point, not right now. Apparently that stays open, which is cool. It didn't change, right? It's still the same stuff. Yeah. Observatory would be nice. We like observatories, but I think I might just put a chapel here for the connections, and then we'll go back the other way. Observatory might be okay. We do need to kind of call it like a quicker day today, so honestly, just give me the observatory. I don't care if we end up dead ending. Just give me some more stars, please. You know what an item I have not found in forever is the fucking telescope. I found it like one time, and it has not shown up again since. I don't know if it's like in any way likely to show up in the Ooh, I should have considered taking the freezer there, even though it's a bad spot for it. Having extra money, we wouldn't want to walk in now anyway, but having extra money would be really nice. Let's buy 1 gem. Fun. What was I saying though? Yeah, the telescope, I feel like maybe it has to show up in certain rooms or something, but like, I'm pretty sure it's a thing. I didn't like forget about it in some way. Or just imagine that a telescope exists. I'm pretty sure a telescope is a thing. I've gotten it once in like the walk-in closet, and maybe it just has a chance of still showing up there or something. But I think it has only shown up one time, and that's been it. And if you're wondering about it, like if you don't know, if you're not familiar with it, all it does is it doubles the effect of your conservatory or observatory telescope. So whatever you would get from that, you get twice of, if there's something to give you a number of something. So like for the ink bottle, that doesn't really do anything, but if you got like the slice that gives you 3 steps, you would get 6. If you got like diamond is major, that would give you 5 gems, you would get 10, so on and so forth. So all that stuff does make it really useful. But for some reason, I've only seen it come up once and never again. It just does not appear. Quest bedroom. We want items. Just give me the quest bedroom at this point in case we reach the antechamber. Got a key out of it. Extra steppies is always nice. Kitchen. Solarium we can't take because we will instantly dead end, and that's the end of the day. We can't take any of these, so I guess we spend a star, even though I really don't want to. I mean, technically it doesn't end the day. We can come back up through the foundation. No, actually we can't. We don't have a key card. We can't do that trick like we did last time. Redraw. Kennel it is. Hello, puppy. Okay, security would probably be fine. It would be nice to have something that connects this way, though. We don't have an experiment yet, so let's just do this. See if we get... fuck you. See if we get anything useful for the maybe one room or two we get left for the rest of this. Keycard system, let's for now make it low, even though it's probably not going to make much of a difference now. Mantis, just in case. Okay. One thing about this game, I would like it if the developers after a point had decided to allow certain things to speed up. Certain cutscenes, animations, etc. like just take too long, and it or just adds padded time to every single run you do. Like, I don't need these screens to load super slowly for authenticity. Like, you could just make it go faster. Because this would not take any time at all to load up this next screen. You could just load it. Just to make it feel authentic, I get it, but like after you've done 50 days, 100 days, whatever, like you don't need to keep seeing that. Permanently add, same for like every safe animation opening. Remove a crate from the tunnel. Let's go with that. Whenever you find some trash while digging, each time you buy, well, we're not super likely for any of these things at the moment, so just give me the trash while digging one. We'll just see if we can maybe get to the foundation at least, because I'd love to remove some crates from the tunnel. We had that come up yesterday, the day before, and we weren't able to do anything with it, unfortunately. Just throw the dining room there. Workshop or a pan? We don't really need a workshop all that bad yet. Spare green room might have a dig spot or a watering can or something. Pantry's not that useful. Just give me the workshop for now. Just take that and move on. Pantry it is. It would be nice to make it a little farther just so we could draft something fun in the outer room, or to maybe roll a break room so at the very least we can throw in a free key card on the next day. That would be nice. Alright, give me some trash, please. I actually want trash. Whenever I actually want trash, it doesn't give me trash. Come on, give me some pebbles. We could code check something, but there's not a lot of point in doing it. I don't really want to keep spending stars though, so just give me the other workshop and we'll grab the battery, I guess, and then leave. We could... no, we don't have a broken lever, I was going to say. That's me, but with deposit keys, yeah. To be fair, I got so lucky manifesting the deposit key that gave me the last Sanctum key. I don't really quite understand how it happened. Because I was just like, oh, if we could just get it, and then it was just sitting right there next to me in a room I was walking right back through, so I was very surprised by that. This jukebox, every time I come past it, I still feel like there's something that should happen with it. I'm on day 120, still no key. That sucks. That sucks really bad for sure. Let me not walk through the chapel just now. Let's go the other way in the passageway. Just in case we want the money. I guess I'll take a break room here. Oh, I should have taken the utility closet though. We don't have a key card. I'm so used to having the key card now. Okay, so, I mean, we could get a key card here potentially. So it's 9 squared first, and then we, I think, and then we reverse it, right? So that should just be 18. There's no other steps. Yes, okay. In this case, we start with 4, then we subtract by 2, and then we square it, which is 4, and we square it again. Okay. 20 minus 19 is 1, squared is, okay. Hey, keycard. Okay. Finally, it gave me a key card instead of something else. Well, now I don't feel bad about not fucking with the security, but I'm not going to go back to turn it to high. We're just going to keep going. Do we want an office? I mean, it's the only thing that goes north, but do we want it that badly? Not overly, per se. I'm just going to throw a corridor down. Maybe we'll get a lucky treasure map that'll let me come back and dig here. Probably not, but you never know. Boudoir. Trying to speed run a little bit. Reroll dice are helpful. We'll get the gem over here. Yeah, I don't know how long it'll ever take me to get to day 120. If I play it some off stream, maybe, but I don't know how much I'm going to play it off stream. Like, I still feel like I would kind of prefer to mostly just play it on stream. Take a cloister. Come on, give me some trash, please. My God, stop being useful. Finally. So we got it once. So that's one more crate gone. That's something, if not, at least one crate gone. I guess we could take a library and get another book on order. I don't know what I want next, but it's not really much. We could get a new clue again if we want. I'm pretty sure I've ordered everything at this point, except for maybe drafting strategy 4 or 5, whichever one we did last time. I'm not sure. We could do the fixed stars. That's the only other one I'm not sure if I ever actually bothered to order. But not much here is useful at this point, except for a new clue, but we already have pictures of everything there. It's only more if we, like, actually see anything else we can immediately solve in there. But we kind of accidentally solved the whole scorched sundial thingy, which I think is the main thing from this. There were some other clues in this, though. Maybe let's... Hold on, I can look at my pictures maybe to see which digest I got before last time. Because I think one of those we still have yet to order. So this is volume 5. So I think maybe 4 we have not done, so let's just do that. Maybe we did do it already. Understandable, to be fair. I'm hyper focusing on the key because I just want to open the last door, so I'm sure I'm not doing as much as I should. Yeah, like, again, I expect it to be kind of stuck the way you are, just to, you know, grinding out. We could get some allowance maybe if we get the gallery or the room 8 key. I mean, allowance is certainly nice, but the greenhouse has dig spots, so we have to keep trying for removing those crates. Plus gems. Come on, trash. Come on, trash. Both T words, not the T word I'm looking for, though. Alright, let's go this way. See, I don't think I have a second boudoir, but here I am getting another copy of it. What is going on with the copies? Or wait, did we get another boudoir just recently in the mirror room? Maybe we did. I might have forgotten that. Give me the armory. Okay, I will buy it. Well, let me just buy the shield for now. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I did just get another boudoir. I was just forgetting about it, but I was still thrown by the fact that I seemed to get an extra dark room that one time, and I had an extra something else on one of the previous runs, and I forget what it was. Okay, we would potentially like to open that. I guess let's do this. 15 minus 10 is 5. Okay, this is going to be a lot, probably, because it's on a late rank, a very late rank. 6 minus 3 is 3, times 5 is 15, divided by 15. 12. 4. 8. Oh. Okay, I really thought that break rooms, like the later rank you drafted on, the more puzzles it would add, but it just doesn't, it seems random, because I've had billiard room puzzles work where it's like I'd get like 8 or 9 steps to it, and so I was just like, oh, maybe it just depends, like the higher rank you put it on, the more likely you are to get like a lot of puzzles. And maybe that's still true, but I only got 3 that time, so it certainly didn't apply then. Okay, we would still like to reach the antechamber, possibly just to collect our 2 allowance. Oh, I missed this watering can. Shit. In that case, do that just because we have a lot of steps. Did I lose some water out of that? Like, I think oh no, we do. Okay. It looked like there was 1 less water than there should have been, but I think it's just because I was like spamming the interact, so. That doesn't quite dead end us. Is there anything from the solarium we would want? We would like the throne room to appear again, but I think I don't know if the throne room's rare still or not. Well, let's just go ahead and draft it. Maybe some other room will show up that we prefer. Still no trash. Alright, we can still go back up through the chapel. That's pretty much it. I forgot. Earlier I said it was going to dead end us when it technically wouldn't have, but we do have a key card, so if there's a key card door in any of those directions, then we can still technically get through. If we do not get an interesting room today, I mean, we could end in like the chapel or something to see, because that's another one that seems kind of interesting, even though it's not a rare room, just to see what happens. Probably nothing useful, but you never know. Just give me the cheaper one, or should we redraw maybe? Let's just take the patio. It's got dig spots. No gem for free. Coin, please give me a... Nope, no other dig spot. Okay. Well, there's the throne room, so we'll try to end the day there, I think. But yeah, so what happened to me, Ash, I don't remember if you were here to see it in the first place, but I had the throne room, and then like the next room I drafted off of that on one of my runs was the vault, and I had gotten lucky with a bunch of other shit. Because it was the same day. I think I had just found another sanctum key because I had basically found the last two in the same day. I guess it was last stream. And so I had the throne room like kind of over here or something like that, and it was oriented this way. So I got the vault and was like, okay, now if I could just find a safety deposit box key, because they never drop for me. And as I was walking back through the throne room, it was just sitting right here, like, because I had literally said the words, sometimes safety deposit box keys, I'm pretty sure, can show up in the throne room. But I didn't see that one, I guess, and it just was there, like I fucking manifested it after getting the vaults. So as soon as I saw that, I picked it up, and it just happened to be the one that I needed too for all that. All right, I guess give me the foyer. Yeah, it was extremely lucky. Just always be sure you're looking for them keys as much as you possibly can. I wouldn't mind a showroom just to potentially get a coat check emerald bracelet situation again. I really wish I hadn't thrown that away. It was a complete accident. I just wasn't paying attention, but I still am kicking myself for doing that. I guess give me the dark room. The aquarium has power, or maybe we should take the observatory here. Yeah, just for another star. The dark room we would have been shielded from, but I'm trying to build up stars quickly. Especially because sometimes we've been spending them, which I'm trying not to do because I want to build them back up well beyond 50 so that we get more bonuses beyond just the inkwell. I'll take the conservatory. Come on, trash. Damn it. Anything particularly useful? Terrace is a standard, is fine. Aquarium, let's make more frequent. Maybe just standard, though. I don't know if we want it to be commonplace. Just make it commonplace. That's fine. Passageway is already commonplace. That's fine. Okay. I think I like that. And I guess just put the gymnasium down. It's not going to cost us steps as long as we don't walk in. It's not like the weight room, so instead of wasting our shield on it. Because that's just in case we want to use it as a way to get to the antechamber if we manage to open those, but it doesn't look like we're going to open any of them. Although we might in the mechanarium. How many cog rooms do we have? 1, 2, 3. I don't think we have a laboratory, so I think it might just be 3, but I think that's enough, though. So, sure. Oh, I guess it depends, though, because I guess the doors are kind of random. But this might be the lever one. It is. Okay, so yeah, that opens that at least. So we can at least get to the antechamber to collect our coins. That's good. And then what's behind these? We've gotten deposit keys, but they all have been the wrong one. I see. I do think the game starts getting a bug after a certain amount of days. What bug do you think it is, or does it have anything to do, you think, with the stuff I've been running into? I just don't think we really need anything here, so I'll just throw the nursery down. Because that's gonna be it for today, I think. I'll walk in, but I don't see anything worth picking up, so. But yeah, I'm just wondering, because like I saw some weirdness about like some duplicated rooms that I don't think I had duplicated, so. Going into the throne room with the crown does nothing. Oh, I guess we can check if the blueprint's crown. That's a good point, because we do have access to room 46 at the moment, so let's go. I don't care that this is going to cost me 2 extra steps. It would have been good to spend the shield on this, because I didn't end up needing it for anything else, but that's fine. We have plenty of steps. Grab this. The thing is, I don't have any sort of scepter or anything, so if we need multiple items to sit on the throne or something. doubt it's going to do anything, but we're going to be ending the day there anyway, so. Is there anything else we want to do before we end the day? Let me just quickly have a look here. I don't think so. There's nothing else we can dig. We could go check the tunnel, but only one crate got removed, so I think we'll just worry about that later. Because I doubt that it... I mean, it could get us access. How many steps do we have? 61. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have plenty of steps, so let's go check the tunnel outside just in case. Yo, Red, how's it going? How are you? How's your weekend been? It would technically be probably a little faster to go through the foundation. Except kind of not really at the same time. We don't need to worry about saving steps. I'm just going to run. Except I ran the wrong way. Also, I forgot I made the dining room active, so we can go ahead and eat just for the hell of it. Not that we even need to. We don't really need the steps. I'm just kind of wasting time, I guess. Alright. Let's go check the tunnel, pet the puppy dogs. That's the main reason I did this, was just to have another chance to pet the dogs, of course. Oh, I forgot we had the running shoes, too, so that's useful. Alright, so let's just come down here quickly just to check the tunnel, just to see if we happen to get lucky enough to remove a crate that was, like, blocking the way to something, to, you know, whatever's behind that stack of crates. I don't expect that to be the case. It probably just removed a random, not very helpful one. In fact, I'm pretty sure it removed one from, like, over here, so... So, yeah, it did not help us, but you can see there's something back there. There's, like, a stone pedestal. Maybe we'll find the scepter or something back there. Who knows? But we still have to get at least like 3, if not more, crates removed probably from all this. We just haven't really been getting lucky with the crates today. At least we removed 1, but it would have been nice if the other day when we had the same experiment, if we had removed any, but unfortunately we didn't get a single one removed, so. Been fine. You too? Yeah, pretty good. Nothing super special, just bonus stream today, although I am going to be ending after this run because I do have to end a little early, sadly. But I'm excited to start out Expedition 33 tomorrow. That is the plan anyway. And there will be more blueprints on stream. It just may not be as frequent. And like I said, I might do some off stream, but we'll see. I feel kind of weird playing about playing this off stream, so I don't know what I want to do with it yet. Because I'd like to make progress on stream, but we're kind of hitting the point, I think, where I'm going to be in a similar boat probably to you, Ash, where like I think progress just isn't going to happen very quickly anymore. So as fun as it is, and I do think people like the game, a lot of the draw to watching this on Twitch is solving puzzles, you know, all that kind of stuff. And if you're not really solving puzzles, the game doesn't tend to be quite as interesting to watch. So I am mindful that I'm still enjoying playing it, but we're just kind of grinding out allowance at this point, for the most part, aside from little bits and pieces here and there. Like the Baron's Bafflers was neat, but I still don't know what that did, if anything, for us. One of these days, maybe I'll end my day. How many do we have left of that, by the way? 4 days. Oh yeah, let's see. Can we cannot sit on the throne as far as I can tell. Maybe at some point if we have a scepter, the crown will work. But there's another crown though. There's the red paper crown. So we might need that one or both. I don't know. Anyway, let's end the day here and see. Should we just quickly see what happens if we do? We can probably set all this up again, but again, I might just be doing some shit off stream, so we'll see. Let's just, since it may be a little bit before my next time I stream this, let's just go ahead and start one more run. I'm not going to really do a whole run. I just want to see what happens with the throne room. It may be a bit of a waste because I'm probably not going to do a whole day here. I'll just quickly see if we can glean any new information. I really wish sometimes you could just pause a run and resume a run. I don't really know why they don't allow for that. I don't think that there's any reason not to, in my opinion, because you could probably find a way to hack in a save state anyway, via a mod or something, so I don't know that it really matters much by just having the means to just kind of like pause and resume a run some other way, you know. What do you know? There's a vault key. So this stuff is still here. The throne room seems dark out here, but I don't know that it did anything special for us. One thing I should have been like considering to check was lightable candles, but I don't think there are any in the throne room. That would have been cool though if there were something else to find the burning glass or torch for. Unfortunately, it seems like that's it. There's nothing really special going on here, unless, again, you need... The throne also, maybe it's just because of the lighting, but the throne looks darker. So maybe having a crown, etc., whatever, and coming out to the throne room out here would do something. Maybe you even need the throne room out here to do it. If like, you know, to seat on a special throne. Maybe it has to be in the outer room or something. But I don't know, dude. I'm not really getting any new info at this point. You know, we just got a free key. I was hoping for at least like a memo or of some sort to be in here, but I don't see anything. Just dead end rooms and another antechamber switch, which doesn't really help. I tell you what we'll do, just to not completely waste the day, let's see until we can maybe just get a chapel or a break room, and we'll end the day there so that we have something to gain from that, at least. Oh, there you go. I guess that'll do it. Maybe I should get a chapel to try getting the chapel thing. I can't really show you the picture I'm talking about. I wish I could bring it up on my computer. But in the Lady Clara Epson's diary, she had a hand, like a little sketch of the outer room, like a drawing of like the path and stuff leading up to the outer room. So I'm looking at it right now, and it shows what looks kind of like the antechamber out there. It's like the path leads into one door, and then it shows like 3 more doorways that are closed off. The only room that's really like that in the way that it's kind of depicted there, because it's just a simple sketch, feels like the antechamber. And we did get something for doing that. We got some important information, so maybe that's all that's supposed to tell you. I just don't know if that means we should be looking for another room that's similar to that to be able to use the Blessing of the Monk for, or if we just have to figure out some other shit first. I still don't know, like the treasure trove had something. There was a special chest there, but we don't know how to do anything with it. But yeah, for now, I think I'll just end the day in the break room. That'll give us a key card for tomorrow, and it'll put a break room. It'll allow us to put a break room outside that we can end the day in if we really want to, if we don't find something else. But we'll probably end the day next time somewhere else, or I will if I do it off stream. But we'll see. I'm probably not going to be doing right now a lot of off stream gaming, so we'll see how things go. But any sort of like, if I do play off stream, I might record it just so that if I do stumble upon something big that I can show it off. I do wonder if there's one more thing I want to quickly look at while we have steps, just to kind of show it off really quick because we can go there. If the Baron's Bafflers thing has anything to do with the chest thingy down here, because I think it's the same number of letters, right? Yeah, Castle and Mantis. Yeah, I feel like the game is beginning to get to the point where it's going to start mocking me. I do feel like I've made some good progress, obviously with a little bit of assistance on some stuff. But I've done fairly well otherwise for only like 50 plus days into the game. But I do feel like it's all going to slow way down now because I'm not really sure what else to do aside from grind and sort of guess at just various shit. But there's this, right? If we were to put like Mantis as, you know, alongside this or whatever, like as the second one, CMAA SN TTLIES, or it could be like the third one, C blank M A blank A S blank N T blank T L blank I E blank S. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm not really sure what else to make of this thing, and I feel like they could possibly be related. Because I broke this wall a long time ago, and I otherwise still have no fucking clue what it's about. But I feel like we have to dig into the corridor as well. Maybe we'll find another Baron Baffler's thing there. Or something else entirely. But if there is another one, then we can try to figure that out. And maybe get some sort of new idea as to what we're supposed to do with that little castle thing down there. If it'll give me a clue somehow for some other big thing. I just don't know what it could be, though. It's like, at best, it's like 6 3-letter words. But yeah, no clue what to do with any of that information. For now, I know it's really short and everything, but we're just going to go ahead and end the day in the break room. And if I play again off stream, I will let you guys know if I make any progress. Hopefully I'll record it if I make some sort of progress. Otherwise, we'll probably just do abandoned project. Yeah, we'll probably just do a another stream of it here sometime soon. But yeah, tomorrow, the start of the normal week, I will do some Expedition 33. At least that's the plan. So assuming everything runs normally and everything, we will be doing that. I have to get going now for sure because I have a family call here in about 30 minutes. But yeah, I should be on at the normal time with that game, and assuming that we like it, we'll definitely be playing more of it. Friday will likely be more Convergence, so it might be 2 streams of Expedition 33 this week, or possibly 1 stream of it and then another Blueprint stream. And if I'm feeling that, we'll see how we go. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I know it was kind of like an extra impromptu stream. I know people have a tendency to be kind of busy over the weekend, so it's always a little bit of a crapshoot. But yeah, I appreciate y'all hanging out very much. I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend, and like I said, I will be back tomorrow to start that out. So yeah, if you're down to watch some Claire Obscure Expedition 33, then obviously stop on by. But yeah, anyways, y'all, have a great rest of your weekend. Like I said, have a good rest of your day/night. Take care of yourselves, and I will see you guys on the next one. All right, peace out, everybody. Bye bye.